Così uli di sombranza tenmak e zu ita saluda antes di nigap Radzaudzan malak estrezas durante todo memu a nogi distancia gumugupugi palu Zangiman malak guafi Ikonuna sugi airi prebatu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues atan fanni bandera kau Esta pagua pumalapa Giluk tanu man libri Sentami ti man ko badi
Good morning, Guam. Right on. Oh, I have that harmony, Bree. Good job. You go high, I'll go higher.
Okay, stop.
Hey, good morning. It's the Link on the Breeze 93.9. My name is Chris. Black Masks Matter. Good morning, Bree.
Good morning.
Sabrina Salas Mantanani right here on the Link. It's the Breeze 93.9. Good morning on you. 6:16 on this 5th day of August. It is a Wednesday. And you see that hump? You see that hump? We're going over that hump. Oh, yeah. Hey, and the show. I'm telling you, we have jammed a lot of stuff into this next 3 hours and 44 minutes of multimedia broadcast extravaganza. The FCC was even like, hey, wait a minute. Are you allowed to fit that much content into that amount of... Yes, we are. We got a waiver. So, yeah, we'll see here from Superintendent John Fernandez. Of course, schools reopening. They've done a lot of outreach on their part, so we'll get them on the show this morning. We'll also talk with the Guam Federation of Teachers, President Tim Fidenko. Kind of talk about some of the concerns that those in the GFT union may have about the reopening of schools. And we'll kick it off in a little bit with Catholic Schools Superintendent Dr. Juan Flores, and then also from Harvest Christian, the administrator, Jeremy Zedjicek. And we'll also hear from Dr. Jana Maglotnia, Public Health, their medical director, as anytime we got a surge in the COVID cases, we try and bring on Public Health to get more info, and hopefully we'll shed some light on this recent surge of COVID-19 positives. We'll also hear from the Fanogi Coalition as they're putting on it's not a debate, it's a forum.
Yeah, forum today.
And there was a little bit of
It's today, right?
It is today. Yeah, so we'll bring on Victoria from Fanogi Coalition later on the show at 6:17. It's all proudly brought to you by Polka. Polka distributed by Ambrose. They got a fine family of assorted teas, coffees. Yesterday we put that peach tea on blast. It's delicious. Love it. Also brought to you by Cabo Enterprises and IT&E. We got news coming up, but first we wanted to go to the phones. Hey, remember, 637-0094. You are the missing ingredient here on the Link. And ma'am wanted to remain anonymous, but you did. And I wanted to get you on just right off the bat because when I picked up the phone, you had said, hey, Chris, I want to get some word out to your listeners, reminding them to just be cautious, especially with their bank accounts. Because, ma'am, as you were saying, what happened with your bank account?
Okay, so yesterday, I checked my email every day in the morning, just constantly. So I received an email from Bank of Guam, and it said Bank of Guam LTD, and I didn't realize it. And then when I clicked on it, it said a huge amount was transferred. Please click here. So of course I did, and then when I clicked on it, it said user enter your username password. And I'm like, okay, wait a minute. So I didn't. I shut it down. I'm not too sure if I closed it. I just exit out. So since then, I had a bad feeling, and then I'm like, okay, I had my mom yesterday to deposit money into my account, but I didn't hear a word from my mom. So yesterday afternoon, while I was in training, I had checked it, and all my savings was gone. They left me $32 in my account, and my heart dropped. Like, I couldn't breathe. I was having like an anxiety attack, and then I told my boss, I'm like, hey, I need to go. This is what's going on. I'm like, either you let me go or I'm gonna go. And if although I need my job, and I just came back from the unemployment or from not being working for a few months, but I'm like, I'm gonna go regardless if you approve me or not,
Mm-hmm.
So of course she let me go, and then I was fortunately enough to make it to the bank, and I didn't even wait online. I'm like, hey, heads up, I need to speak to someone now. I believe my account has been hacked, and it still said pending. So for me, if it still said pending, it didn't go through, because at first when I looked at it, it said negative this certain amount, and then when I checked it again, it said pending. So of course they said they helped me, and they were able to. They said that they're going to monitor my account and close it, or slowly close it. But the thing is, I do have like my remaining balance or amount from PUA to be deposited within this week. So when I called PUA, or when I called Department of Labor, I'm like, hey, this is what's going on. The supervisor was supposed to call me, never called me. I'm like, you guys need something to. I'm like, I'm panicking. I should have this certain amount deposited into that account. It's going to be closed, or the fraud is going to take away my money.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, just since then I've been like, and then the thing is, there was a special occasion yesterday, and I couldn't treat my daughter whose birthday was yesterday. I couldn't do anything. I was very sick to my stomach. I was like, I've never experienced this. And I was just giving everyone a heads up, like, this is what's happening. I know sometimes I overshare, but I rather try to avoid someone else experiencing the same thing as, So
Yeah.
I just thought, why not call you guys, let you guys know, and then put it out there, if they see a Bank of Guam /LTD, do not even open it, because even they said that it's not their email, and their email doesn't say LTD.
Right. And then they wouldn't ask for that type of information.
Yeah,
right.
so that's why I shut it. I closed it.
Right.
But even though if you opened it, and they are still able to hack into it, even though they didn't even though you didn't put in your information, they're still able to hack. And so I'm praying. I'm hoping that they're able to get back my money, because I was like, that is my savings, just
Man.
because you don't know when the pandemic is over.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
Have you reported this also to the FBI?
No, I didn't.
I have the phone number for you.
Yeah.
Can you call them and make sure you report this to them?
Okay.
Right. I'm gonna put you on hold, and then I'm just gonna get your info so we can kind of forward it over to Department of Labor. We get Dave on all the time, and I'm sorry they didn't call you back, and we'll forward your. That's just. I mean, first of all, happy birthday to your daughter.
Right.
Thank you.
That's crazy. How
Sorry.
can you tell us? We're talking about a significant amount of thousands of dollars, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah. So, because I kind of put, when I was receiving pool, I kind of put money aside, one of the smart ones for, you don't know when the pandemic is over. You don't know if you can have your job now, but with they might just shut it down, My work was saying if one tests positive, then we're going to shut it down, quarantine, clean everything. So,
Wow.
that's why I had that savings, but I'm hoping that Bank of Guam gives me back my money, because I'm just actually going to close it. Don't even bank at Bank of Guam, because I already feel violated. And what more hacks my account, but they might have, my identity,
Right.
and
Yeah.
yeah.
So what are you going to switch to Bank of Shoebox under the bed?
No, I mean, thankfully I have another bank account, and I bank with another bank.
Bank of Bra?
No.
Just trying to make you laugh a little bit, ma'am, because this is just absolutely
Do you have
nuts.
Do you have a
Crazy.
pen? Piece of
Yes,
paper?
I do.
All right, this
Okay.
is the number to the Guam FBI office. It's
Okay.
472-7465. 472-7465.
And ma'am, I'm gonna put you on hold. Okay, when I try and pick you up on the other end, if I accidentally hang up on you, it's because I'm incompetent with the phone system. And so just please call back, and we'll get your info, because I want to talk to you offline and get your info down so we can give it to labor. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Okay, hold on, okay.
Take care.
Okay.
Okay, that is just so wow. And let's keep it on the phones here. We had a gentleman here with a question about the COVID testing. Sir, good morning. Welcome to the link.
Hey, good morning.
Good
Chris.
morning.
Morning. So what's your question?
When and where is and what time is the next COVID testing on?
Okay, let me see if there is another one. Let me pull it up.
Yeah,
Jace,
sure.
you got it?
Yeah, well, let me.
Salampago was
Yesterday, I believe it was.
Yesterday, no?
Yeah.
Yesterday was Chalampago.
Right. I don't know if there's another one scheduled for this week, but let me pull up the latest JIC, because
Yeah,
Chalampago was the last one that I
Right.
saw.
And then we're
that
getting
they were
public
having.
health on after 7, so we can go ahead and ask then, sir.
Yeah, I don't have anything else other than what was at Chalampago yesterday.
We'll ask
There's
public
no
health.
other community testing schedule that's been sent out by the Joint Information Center. But if we do get any word on it, we'll pass it along.
Right. Why do you want to get tested?
And I tell you, why not?
Okay.
Good answer. There's the commercial
There you
right
go.
there. That's the commercial.
You wearing your mask?
No, I'm under my lemoncina tree picking up the fruit.
No. But when you go out now, you wear your mask.
Again.
All right, sir. Okay, sir. Wash your thumbs. Ooh, lemonchina. 6:27. Well, let's get it started then, shall we? Again, it's the link on the Breeze 93.9. Always more than willing to take your calls, any concerns, questions that you guys have. 637-0094. Really do our best to put you guys in touch with the people that can help you. And that being said, let's go ahead and do a news update to start the show at 6:27 with our link update from the KUAM news team, Adriana Cotero.
Half a day and good morning, everyone. I'm Adriana Cotero with your headlines here on The Link. Things are heating up in the Democratic congressional race. Challenger Robert Underwood is calling out incumbent Michael San Nicolas for not facing the voters about allegations in a health ethics investigation. Instead, the congressman has hired a high-powered Washington law firm to represent him. Nestor LaContra reports.
Any other questions?
Former Delegate Underwood called a news conference challenging Congressman San Nicolas to speak to the specifics of the ethics probe and not have his lawyer issue press releases. San Nicolas has retained the D.C. law firm of Brand Woodward. Partner Stan Brand, a former general counsel for the House of Representatives, said in a news release that, quote, any assertion that the mere fact of an investigation serves as an indication of wrongdoing is mere posturing. Underwood says San Nicolas should speak for himself.
It's a fundamental obligation for people in public service to present themselves to the public. Michael St. Nicholas has refused to do so, and instead, in this particular instance, he's hiding behind an attorney's statement.
The Ethics Committee announced in June that it is looking into campaign expenditures that may not be legitimate, disclosed information to the Federal Election Commission that may be false, and false statements to government investigators, among other things. St. Nicholas has also had to return a campaign contribution from a local businessman that well exceeded the lawful limit. And Underwood says it's not just that he needs to explain.
He's missed 52% of votes that he was eligible to participate for. That's 160 votes. And there are all kinds of issues related to the people of Guam, ranging from veterans to senior citizens to education, even to coral reefs. And he did not participate in those votes. He did not stand up for Guam.
Underwood says the bottom line is accountability.
That's the number one issue. How come Mike St. Nicholas refuses to be held accountable for any of these activities? How come he refuses to explain his missed votes? How come he refuses to engage on the basis of his performance? And now he refuses to come home.
For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
Congressman St. Nicholas did respond with a news conference of his own from Washington late Tuesday afternoon. He said he wanted to counter the, quote, negative campaigning, unquote, of his challenger, and did so with a rare question-and-answer session with reporters.
Regarding the ethics investigation about campaign misspending, Congressman St. Nicholas said a probe doesn't mean he's guilty of anything. But while House rules do not preclude him from talking about it, his lawyers are advising against that.
Because everything that is put on the record in terms of those discussions, all those things can continue to be factored in. And, in the interest of trying to get this thing resolved as quickly as possible, we're trying to avoid having too many variables added into the proceedings.
He also responded to his heavily criticized voting record, which Underwood said was just 52%.
Don't get me wrong, we absolutely would like to bring the voting record up. We've had to make some tough decisions, and that's resulted in the voting record being what it is. But those tough decisions have obviously paid off.
And it's not clear if St. Nicholas will be returning to Guam before the primary. He says he has important work to do in D.C. related to pandemic assistance. But he does go on record that he is open to a debate with challenger Underwood, even if it's held online.
Again, the work is keeping us engaged out here. I've actually not heard a call for any debate. That's news to me. I've never been one to shy away from any of those things. So if that needs to be arranged virtually, we can probably do that.
For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
The number of confirmed COVID cases has gone up again. According to the Joint Information Center, 7 people turned up positive out of 386 samples that were tested. Of the newly confirmed cases, 1 case was identified through contact tracing. 3 cases had recent travel to the continental U.S. and were identified in a quarantine facility, and 4 cases are under investigation. To date, there have been a total of 375 confirmed cases of COVID-19, with 5 deaths, 318 released from isolation, 3 hospitalized, and 52 active cases. Of those cases, 326 are classified as civilians, and 49 are military service members. And that's the news for now. We'll see you back here at 6 tonight on Prime Time.
Thank you, Adriana. With regional news, we head into our Zoom room and we bring in our Tomas Manglonia. Good morning, Tomas.
Good morning, Bri and Chris. Here's the latest making news in the CNMI. More residents in the CNMI can expect to see pandemic unemployment assistance finally reach their pockets. At a press briefing yesterday, CNMI Labor Secretary Vicky Beneventi said that her office receives 300 to 500 applications for weekly benefits each week thus far. KUAM asked about the remaining initial payments expected to be paid out this week. She added that their benefit payment control unit at the Department of Labor on Saipan continues to investigate possible fraudulent claims. She commented at the media briefing. Take a listen. And I just wanted to follow up on something that's making some national news about fraudulent PUA claims from possible organizations. Is that of concern or something that the team is looking at? in terms
As far as Thomas, yeah, that's always a concern for whenever we have a public program. We do have a benefit payment control unit, a BPC unit here, the Department of Labor. It's an additional task that's required or for the PUA program. So thank you for reminding me. I'd like to remind everyone, if they hear of an applicant or application that is fraud or inaccurate and they'd like for us to investigate, the fraud hotline is 989-9095. That's the fraud hotline. It's 989-9095.
But you haven't seen an overwhelming fraudulent claims at all, have you?
Thomas, we have seen possible fraudulent claims. We have seen them, and that's what we're investigating through our BPC unit.
Are you able to quantify that?
No, I'd like to not quantify that at this time because the investigations are just starting and I don't want to hinder the process. I prefer to, keep that for later news as soon as we confirm the numbers and the situation surrounding these funds.
Expected to take place in the coming days to assist applicants instead of their in-person outreach that they held last week. And here are the latest numbers from the Commonwealth Healthcare Corporation. The CNMI remains at just 46 cases. Of that total number since March, 22 cases are from travel, 9 are from community testing, and 15 are from known contacts. Bree and Chris, that's the latest making news in the CNMI.
Thank you, Tomas. And now to national headlines. President Trump claims the virus is under control even as the U.S. is averaging about 65,000 new coronavirus cases and 1,000 deaths each day. Natalie Brand has more details from the White House.
President Trump is defending his administration's battle against the coronavirus in a new interview with Axios on HBO.
Right now, I think it's under control. I'll tell you what.
How? 1,000 Americans are dying a day.
They are dying. That's true. And it is what it is. But that doesn't mean we aren't doing everything we can. It's under control as much as you can control it.
The president also criticized Dr. Deborah Birx for the first time after she warned the public the virus is extraordinarily widespread.
I told Dr. Birx I think we're doing very well.
The president is stepping up encouragement for using face masks. In a new campaign email, he asked supporters to wear masks, saying, "I think it's something we should all try to do when we are not able to be socially distanced from others." President Trump says he's also considering using executive action to suspend evictions and payroll taxes if he can't reach a deal with Congress on a new coronavirus relief package.
We'll be talking about that, but we're having a very good discussion with Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer.
Democratic leaders agree that they're starting to make progress.
We are really getting an understanding of each side's position, and we're making some progress on certain issues, moving closer together. There are a lot of issues that are still outstanding, but I think there is a desire to get something done as soon as we can.
But one of the major sticking points remains how much to provide in additional unemployment benefits. Natalie Brand, CBS News, the White House.
Negotiations between the White House and Democrats are continuing today. And here is your Banking 671 report. These days, most transactions can be done online or through your financial institution's mobile app on your smartphone. Check your account balances online at any time. Often you can see deposits and charges that are pending, meaning they have not posted to your account yet. Consider whether you would like to continue to receive paper versions of your periodic statements and other documents. Your bank or credit union may prompt you to go paperless while you set up online banking. Most banks and credit unions allow you to set up automatic notifications to help you manage your account and alert you when any of the following happens. A direct deposit is received, a large payment is charged, your balance falls between a certain amount, your account is in overdraft, and more. Often bank and credit union online portals offer you the ability to sign up to get these alerts via text, email, or both. These alerts can help ensure you stay informed without having to log into your account several times a day. Most banks and credit unions also will allow you to deposit checks using your smartphone and a mobile app. If you need to transfer money between accounts or even between financial institutions, your online banking or mobile app likely offers you options to do that. There's a good chance your financial institution offers a way to send money person to person as well. Instead of writing checks and mailing them, you can pay most bills online or through the mobile app for your financial institution. Your financial institution may offer additional services to help keep your account safe, including turning off your debit card if you suspect fraud. Check with your bank or credit union to learn more about additional protections they may offer. And that is your Banking 671 report, brought to you by the Bank of Guam and Coast 360. And finally, later in the link, joining us live for our coverage of Decision 2020 are Speaker Tina Muñoz-Barnes, Republican Vincent Borja, incumbent Senator Pito Terlahi, and newcomer Republican Don Edquilani. Our D20 portion of the link gets started at 9 o'clock this morning, and that is your news. Chris?
Thank you very much, Sabrina. Again, the link on the Breeze 93.9, definitely a lot to talk about, and we will go in on this back and forth that happened. Wow, that was so former Congressman Robert Underwood had come out with a after lunch press conference, and he really, I think, presented on some key issues involving Congressman San Nicolas, his voting record and the ethics investigation, and lo and behold, like my uncle says, within an hour of that press conference concluding, there went out an announcement about Congressman San Nicolas would be having his own press conference to clap back.
To respond, yeah.
At 2 a.m. in D.C. time.
Mm-hmm.
So he did look a little, he looked a little bewildered. It was almost like they're like, hey, Miguel, wake up. You see what's going on in Guam? Oh, my God. And we were dumbfounded because we've been trying to get an interview with this guy for like 2 years, basically. And now that it's election time, now we want to go on KUAM, which is cool. Like we said, we're always going to give everyone the opportunity, and we did. We were able to stream his, Facebook Live press conference, and it was pretty interesting. I think maybe some of what the Congressman San Nicolas had said was tempered by his tone. It was a very restrained and subdued tone. I mean, maybe because it was 2 a.m. But he had really gone in and called out former delegate Robert Underwood on what he said was negative campaigning. And it was an interesting comparison, Bree, because in his open, he had basically said, and you can go back and watch it, I'm paraphrasing, but I'm not paraphrasing in a crazy way. He really opened and said that because our people are lining up for food and we're living under this COVID time and, people are stressed out, that the last thing they need is what he called negative campaigning. I thought that was pretty interesting.
The whole thing was interesting to me, and I'm glad that we actually got the invitation. I was surprised,
yeah.
But like you said, we always have provided any sort of opportunity to the congressman, and I'm thankful that he did invite us and allowed us to participate. Nestor asked a lot of questions that we had been wanting answers to. And we'll have that soundbite a little bit later,
right?
Because we do have some interviews to get to.
We do.
But one thing that he mentioned, and it was something that Nestor asked, was whether he was coming back to Guam and whether or not he would participate in a virtual forum or debate,
right?
In the event that he does not return to Guam.
It sounds like he's not coming back. He said something like he was trying to get a flight out this Saturday and.
He said he was going to try.
Yeah.
He would have to deal with quarantine.
Yeah, well, everybody does.
Right. And so
should have factored that in.
But he said that he would participate in a virtual forum, but he hadn't heard of any, which was kind of interesting because Finogi has said that they have invited him
several times.
Right.
Yeah,
and reached out to him multiple times, but hadn't heard a response.
And we're going to get Finogi on, and I think really what it is this self-determination issue. I mean, Congressman San Nicolas has just rubbed the whole decolonization movement the wrong way with comments he had made about adulting and how Guam needed to start adulting before we tried to exit our status as a colony of the United States. And that just rubbed everyone the wrong way. I think it was kind of ignorant. And I think for that reason, he just thinks he's going into enemy territory, and he'd just rather not. So, we're going to go in on that and play some of his comments and kind of dissect that for you. But like Bree said, we got interviews to get to at 6:43. Let's go to our KUAM Zoom room on the link of the Breeze 93.9, where we have from the Catholic schools, Superintendent Juan Flores, and from Harvest Christian, Jeremy Zajicek.
We saying that right?
I'm sorry. I figured let me say it really wrong so you could correct me.
Yeah, pretty close. Zychek. It sounds simple, but it doesn't look simple.
So the J is silent.
Yep.
Got it. All right. All right. So thanks for coming on. Obviously, we're talking reopening of schools. We'll start with Superintendent Juan Flores. So FD, third day of classes about to go. Just, I guess, if you could, how was that? And everything running smoothly? Well, obviously, we ran a story, a lot of great pictures. What's your takeaway on that?
Most of it, I think, is being pretty smooth. By the way, I just want to mention that the only reason why I'm participating in this is because it's an election season. So anyway, and I'm not running for an election for any office, but I think the students at the school are definitely going through a period of adjustment, especially in terms of keeping the social distancing, because that's, I think, pretty tough, especially because they haven't seen each other for a while, and they want to make sure that they get the most out of being back at school. But for the most part, that's been going well. This morning, I'm heading up to Dominican Catholic School because they have their first day of classes today. So we're looking forward to that.
3 days in at FD, were there any lessons learned from the opening, or was everything just smooth sailing?
I don't know that. Well, I think the lessons, probably the lessons that I've mentioned to the principal, is we just have to reinforce the social distancing rules, especially when the guys are going in and out of class or when they're hanging out during the breaks. Those are the tempting times, I think, when it's hard to just keep in mind that you ought to stand in line. I mean, I think some of us even forget that when we're in church, right? That we've got to keep our distance from others. But I did notice that every student and faculty member had a mask on, and things seemed pretty clean at the school. So I think that's been encouraging.
Okay.
I guess we'll go over to Mr. Zychek. What's the status with Harvest reopening?
Yeah, we start 1 week from tomorrow. So that's our regular start date. We welcome students back Thursday, the 13th. Today, in fact, in just about an hour or so, we start orientation, their teachers and training. So we've welcomed back new staff the past 2 days, and now all of our staff is going to join us here, and we're going to do some training. We put a lot of work and effort into following the guidelines, doing everything we can to help keep students, parents, faculty, and staff safe. And now comes that training element. So Juan's a little bit further ahead of us, but we're looking forward to jumping in today with that training. You know, we've, in the past day or two, we've invited parents onto the camp for various things like purchasing uniforms. In our experience with the signage and just the island has done a good job in how, what social interactions look like. Everyone's very cautious. Everyone's excited, of course, to come back to school, but very cautious, wearing masks, doing the right things. And so we know there's going to be an adjustment period with our students as well, all the way down from pre-K up to 12th grade. But that's going to be one of the things they have to focus on in the classroom for the first couple of days to reinforce those new rules of operation.
Guys, was there any involvement from public health? I know they put out the guidelines, but in implementing these guidelines in anticipation of the schools, both your schools reopening, was there any inspection or dialogue with public health?
Well, I've been very encouraged with my communication with Art St. Augustine, and got to him for this week anyway, the protocols that Father Duenas, the Dominican Catholic School, will be following, and then probably today or tomorrow we'll give him the protocols for the rest of the schools, which have all been established. And they all are following the protocols we already had reviewed by the Physicians Advisory Group. The schools just had to articulate the specific ways in which they will follow those protocols.
Do you guys have bus riders? And if so, what are the protocols that you guys have in place?
Well, I sent a message to Art the other day asking his staff to review what's going to happen with the buses. The possibilities are, of course, at one end is that we have the full capacity of the buses in terms of ridership, as long as the kids wear masks, to as few as only a third of the buses being occupied according to social distancing. It's creating an incredible challenge to DPW because of the numbers, but it may be that the numbers, because of DOE's ridership needs and our students, may work themselves out so we could still have buses with social distancing and have those buses be safe. They're going to be sanitized after every run. We just are hoping that they get done, in a timely manner.
Jeremy, I saw that you had something to say about the question I posed about public health involvement in the reopening of Harvest.
Yeah. We don't have any buses, so we don't have that hurdle to overcome. But regarding Department of Health and Human Services, we've been in contact with a number of governmental agencies. We're very grateful to get the guidance by DPHSS. And yeah, anytime we've had a question and needed an answer, they've been very responsive. So it's been a good partnership as far as getting information, getting the plan submitted to them for reopening.
Mm-hmm. Before I get into enrollment numbers, I wanted to talk about teachers and whether or not you are experiencing any shortfalls with staffing, with concerns from staffers who aren't, necessarily comfortable with returning to school.
Yeah, there's always some of that. There's a range of comfort, just kind of like anything, probably like politics, I suppose.
I don't know why that was
any
funny.
fear. And there's some staff that do have some fear about it. And we've been working with them, involving them in the process early on to help them, provide input into our plan. Of course, what we took from DPHSS was the minimum standard, and then we wanted to make everyone from our staff comfortable as well as our parents. And so trying to work through that. As far as a staff shortage, we're blessed to have every position filled this year and ready to hit the ground running.
Mm-hmm. Juan?
Well, most of the schools are fully staffed. I'm still getting resumes from people who are interested in teaching positions in the Catholic schools. Some of them are recent graduates of UOG. And I think one of the things that some schools have been doing is if there's anxiety on the part of the teachers, then the schools try to adjust and deal with those, like the occupancy in the classroom, to make sure that we're not jamming those classes with students and we're following protocols in class, looking at the face masks or shields, or in some cases, in some schools, they're actually putting up plexiglass partitions so the teachers can teach more easily without a mask on. It all depends on, the school's capacity to pay for those things and also the sizes of the classrooms. So for many of the schools, especially the older schools with large classrooms, that hasn't been a problem. It's the newer classrooms that are not as big as the old classrooms that used to accommodate 40 or 50 kids that I think are a challenge.
Mm-hmm. One of the things that the Guam Department of Education has used their education stabilization funds is for children that may be experiencing anxiety, emotional distress. Are those funds also being used for private schools? And if not, what programs do you guys have in place to address those sorts of issues that may come up?
The funds ideally have been equitably distributed, or the services have been equitably distributed. So actually, per student, every non-public student is getting the same amount of services as a public school student. And the three priorities set by the Federal Programs Office: safety, health and safety, the enhancement of distance learning, and then social and emotional well-being. I think the challenging thing right now is, although the grant award notification came out at the end of May, most of those funds have not been expended to date. So we haven't really we've seen a lot of activity with the Federal Programs Office, but we haven't really seen most of those services come through yet. And I know the Catholic schools are, part of that plan was, or part of that funding was to pay for PPEs, and most of the Catholic schools have gone out and purchased their own because the procurement of those supplies haven't gone through with DOE.
Is that the same for you, Jeremy?
Yeah, we've been in communication with Department of Education, yeah, there's been some procurement issues of just getting things to Guam. And so we're in a similar boat, equitably distributed to us, the opportunity to apply for it and get approved for different, the three categories one had mentioned. But to date, just because of those procurement issues, we've not received much protective equipment. And so just so we're ready for opening, we've gone out and purchased those ourselves just to make sure we can ensure safety for staff, parents, and students.
Was this delay in the distribution of these funds something that you guys had anticipated? So were you counting on these funds to get them in a timely manner, or did you kind of figure, because if you look around everywhere with these CARES Act funds, some of these programs are just being stood up now?
I think from a business standpoint, you always hope there's plan A, and then you have to execute plan B with contingencies. So we're hoping, and there's still for us, I know Juan started a few of his schools this week. We have another week yet to come, and so maybe some things will start to trickle in.
Well, I know.
Yeah, we've just been used to doing plan B and making sure that we're taking care of our students.
I know when we had John Fernandez on a couple of weeks ago, he was mentioning that in terms of the procurement for the PPEs, there is, a nationwide shortage because, everybody's starting schools. So I don't know if that's the problem, but, I think we're going to be having John Fernandez on sometime this week. Oh, today, actually. So we can ask him about the delay with procurement of PPEs and the other services that he indicated would be provided to all schools, whether public or private.
Gentlemen, I wanted to ask, because we see this so many times in the comments, and I know you guys both have younger kids in your systems. People want to know, what are we doing with recess? And, I see it again so many times. How are they going to maintain social distancing when the kids are on the playground? So how do you guys plan to address the kind of the kids will be kids during recess thing, and how do we enforce that? I mean, God, it sounds sounds almost like a police thing, right? How do we enforce that social distancing with, little kids?
Yeah, there's a couple of things we're doing to help with that. First of all, we're keeping kids in cohorts so that you're limiting exposure to other kids. Even in the classroom, we know it's going to be a challenge for a 5-year-old to wear a mask, 8 hours a day or 7 hours a day. So that's going to be a kind of a constant reminder to teachers. This is going to be the A1 goal for teachers. We know from DPHS and the CDC that being outside, there's less of a risk. And so there's different things you can do, playing non-contact sports, maybe soccer, so you're not touching the ball. Right. And then we plan on, we have some equipment to sterilize and sanitize our playground equipment between usage of each cohort group.
Juan?
Yeah. The other thing is that many of the schools now are organizing those recess periods, so not everybody is out at the same time.
Right.
Yeah. So you reduce the number of kids outside, reduce the chance that the kids will have interaction. Although when I first suggested to the physicians advisory group that we discourage interaction, they corrected me that we really can't do that. We just need to discourage a prolonged interaction. And make sure that we're safe. But even with PE classes, some of the teachers are planning to go outside as long as the students are far apart from each other, and if they have to take their masks off, they're not next to each other.
Right.
So they can still run, they can still, I've encouraged teachers I'm working with the folks at San Vicente, I've encouraged the teachers to sometimes just take the kids out for a walk and be 6 feet apart, but go for a walk around the field just so they're outside and getting some fresh air.
Right. What we're talking about with recess and how you're staggering it so it's not all the kids out at the same time. Did you guys kind of do the same thing with lunch periods? And then was it difficult in trying to stagger these lunch periods in a way so you don't get kids eating lunch at like 9 in the morning?
Yeah, we are.
9 in the morning, snack time. 9 in the morning is snack, and then 11 o'clock is lunch, and then at 1:30 is snack for the younger kids anyway. They have snacks all day, I think.
Yeah, lunch does have specific challenges. The guidance said, we know one of the most risky times is when you remove a mask. And so another challenge will be having kids in the lunchroom. Numbers are drastically reduced. Many of them will eat in their classroom. but then also not talking when they're eating lunch. If you've ever been in a lunchroom at a school,
Oh, man.
You can just say anything you want to say. Well, that's going to be a little bit different this year.
Jeremy, how's enrollment at Harvest Christian Academy now?
Enrollment is still fairly strong for us, which we're very grateful for. We've had a few people. We're providing a limited online option for some parents and students. We've had a few take advantage of that, but overall enrollment has been fairly steady, and we're very grateful for that.
And so, what about how are you? Are you staggering classes? Because like at my son's school, only 16 students are allowed face to face, and the rest have to go distance learning.
Yeah.
How are you guys?
Yeah,
go ahead.
Yeah, we're in the process of finalizing the parents' elections this week, and so we don't have those final numbers yet. At minimum, we're following the DPHS guidelines for social distancing in the classroom, and that might even depend on how many students or how many parents select the online option for their students.
Okay.
All right, gentlemen, I guess in closing, maybe a message to your students, the parents, about the reopening of your respective schools.
We've had meetings with parents the last couple of weeks, and we have orientation all this week. And one of the things that I've encouraged the parents to do is, if they think their kids are going to be uncomfortable with a mask, to start practicing, having them use the mask for an hour at a time or a couple hours at a time. The other thing that I've encouraged them to consider is, Jeremy mentioned that most of their students are going to be in cohort groups, and I think that's true of most of the kids in the Catholic schools. So I've encouraged the parents to consider that once the kids are in school, to consider reducing exposure to other groups outside of school. So I'm not saying that they should be in total isolation, but really, if there's no need to go to the mall or no need to go to some place where people are not wearing their masks, don't do it.
Right.
Make sure that the kids are safe. And of course, as always, I tell parents to encourage their kids to wash their hands. I won't say it as roughly as Chris would, but they should wash
and their thumbs.
But real quickly, is there any sort of medical requirements for teachers or staff or even students for returning to school? Like
yeah, for sure. With a school nurse, there's different protocols of staff need to check in, along with the guidance from DPHSS is a daily check, temperature, and COVID symptoms. So, yeah, certainly enhanced features this year just to make sure that everyone's healthy. And then also, if you're carrying a fever, there's enhanced protocols for staying home for a longer period of time, and in even some cases, getting doctor's clearance to come back to work.
All right, Jeremy, go ahead and give your closing, if you would, just to the Harvest family out there.
Yeah, so grateful for the parents. We've been communicating with them throughout the summer. It's been challenging because as we've been waiting on information from different agencies. As we get that and send that out to parents, we're very grateful for their interaction, their comments, their feedbacks. We do consider it a family, so I want to thank them for it. Thanks for the trust. The students, we're excited. The last quarter of last year was difficult to have this campus quiet, no students, and we did distance online learning. So in the past couple of days, as we've ramped up to see kids on campus or parents on campus getting uniforms, yeah, man, that's just exciting stuff. And so it's going to be different. It's going to be different, but we're looking forward to it. And it's going to be, kind of a return to a bit of normalcy for kids, I think, which is really important. And then the last thing is just thanking our staff. It's just amazing the stuff that they've been able to figure out, the hurdles they've overcome just to make this all possible. So faculty and staff, thanks for your hard work in making this all happen.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen. And as we get closer to reopening, and then maybe even after, we'll bring you guys on again to check on you guys.
Or progress report.
Right.
All right.
Bree's going to get her red pen.
Guys.
Look out. Thank you. All
Take
right.
care. Be safe.
Wash your hands and your thumbs. It's 7:03. We'll take a short break, and we'll come back with some farmers and tell you guys where you can get some good light today. On the link, it's The Breeze 93.9. Good morning, Guam.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
checking out all the clubs. See the pretty ladies on the street, yeah. So pretty you fall in love. Hiding girls everywhere you go. Gotta give shouts out to our local girls. short drives everywhere. That's fine with me. The local boys are cruising it, we checking out the scene. Gotta find a women, where can they be? 'Cause I say, love for our island is what we do.
Amen. Love for our island, it's what we do. It's in our manifesto. Manifesto. The 709, the link, the breeze, 93.9 coming up. She's the medical director for the Department of Public Health and Social Services. Dr. Jana Manglotnia. Also on tap, we'll get the Guam Federation of Teachers president, Tim Fedenko. We'll talk with Victoria Leon Guerrero from Fanogi Coalition. And Superintendent John Fernandez. And then we're going to bring in the Mayor Rudy of Jigo, outgoing Mayor Rudy Mantanani, who made some noise at a public hearing. We played the clips, and we wanted to bring him on as we were talking.
I like to say made some points.
Made some, what did I say?
Made some noise.
Yeah, I like noise is good. I like it loud. Yeah, so he was talking about illegal dumping and stray dogs, and we've been talking about the dumping. We had the Lieutenant Governor on yesterday, so we'll get him on to kind of expand on the points that he made during the hearing. 7:10, let's go over to our KUAM Zoom room on the link, where we have Catherine Regis and Mr. Mike Uggan from the
Farmers?
Yes, they're definitely farmers, the Farmers Co-op of Association of Guam. Now, Kat is the secretary and Michael is the president. So, good morning and thank you for joining us.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. So, tell us about this afternoon's curbside farmers market.
Well, actually, what's happening is this morning our farmers will be dropping over their produce, freshly harvest in the morning at 9 o'clock, and then we have our volunteers also coming in, setting up the tables, and they will also be helping bagging those produce. And after that, we would prepare the pre-orders for Chamorro Village, because that's another outlet that we distribute the produce bags, and then the one up at the Farmers Co-op.
So we're looking at.
I'm sorry.
What produce are we looking at? Because I'm reading here cucumber, eggplant.
Yes, that's today. That will be in today's bags. We have the ripe papaya. We have the sweet corn from Ernie Wistic. And then we have our eggplant and our cucumbers from a couple of farmers.
Mike, I guess just talk about the hard work that obviously these farmers put into getting this golai out to the people. And also, have the farmers, Mike, are we, God, I don't want to say done with COVID, but have they kind of rounded the corner from the difficulties that we saw during the COVID where they weren't unable to get the produce out there?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
That was the whole point of this drive from the beginning, is trying to sustain the productivity of the farming community on Guam, right? So, yes, early on, well, actually, even before the virus thing happened, we were already we had plans, right? Opening the store and all that. So this virus issue came up and everything came to a screeching halt. And then, through our discussions and all that, we realized that if the markets are closed down, the farmers are not going to have any place to sell produce. So it's going to be like a huge loss. And then, of course, it would take the recovery time to get started again would be 2 to 3 months, maybe even longer. So we decided we needed to find a way to keep them going, at least even marginally, right? So we came up with this bag distribution, a mixed bag of produce, which could be fruits or vegetables. And then we just started working on that. Our partner with UOG's Agriculture Extension, Dr. Bob Barber and Jesse Bamba, stepped in, and Dr. Kwan, and we came up with this plan to do this bag distribution. And we worked so hard trying to get the right pricing from the farmer, to purchase it from the farmer, and then trying to meet the right costs as we distribute it out to the community, right? And then, you know, we're providing the produce directly to the families of Guam. That was a big part of this thing. So it's from the farmer straight to the household, right to the dining room table. That was the big thing. And then, so we just kept pushing and working through it, checking all the pricing and all that. And then, so we had to bring the farmers in, and we had to talk to them very specifically about what we needed them to do, trying to encourage them to keep producing, telling them all the different variety of produce that we need. And they've stepped up to it. They've really stepped up to the plate, these farmers. They're so happy. They come there and they drop their produce, and they're so happy that they have a place to unload their produce and continue to feed their family as well as feeding the island.
Right, Mike, and I know that what led to this new kind of accessibility for local customers to be able to get the local produce. I know it was because of the COVID, right? So you guys were just facing these tremendous challenges, and you needed to improvise your game plan to get the produce out, like you said, directly to the people. But I think this is a silver lining. I think it's a silver lining, and I think this is something that we should be doing just going forward, COVID, no COVID, even after the vaccine. Just provide the people with these opportunities to just directly, right?
You hit it right on the spot. That's exactly what you did. Because early on in the last several years, trying to work with the farmers and all that, it was a little bit difficult, you know, trying to get them to trust us because of the past histories in the previous co-ops and stuff. There was a lot of mistrust, right? So doing this, we encouraging them to keep growing and delivering it to us directly and all that. We really built this big trust with our farmers, and that was the first component of this whole thing. Without that trust, this whole thing wouldn't work, and it wouldn't led to where we're going right now, which is we're continuing this. We're going to open our store in the next few months, and I believe we might have some bigger contract to supply. We're hoping to break into the government of Guam's vast food operations that they have in the schools, public health, and other areas like that in the government, which those things were our customers in the past, but due to regulations with the USDA, I believe it was, and other things, that it made it so hard to get into those schools and other government agencies. But we're working right now trying to get in there, get returned back to that, because that was a big part of our customer base.
Right. And
go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, you know, you mentioned USDA. Has there been any federal CARES Act program funding opportunities, grants, or anything like that available to farmers?
Yes, we do. With USDA, we also have the CSNAP, where the farmers would go in and they will be paid for their losses. This is up at FSA Farm Services Agency. They're located up at the airport. I think that old side of airport.
Yeah.
They're up in Tijan, yes. And so we encourage all the farmers to please submit your application. They are so willing to help the farmers. So if you're a farmer out there, listen up and please go see Jamie Weekly at Farmer Services Agency.
Mike, we had a comment here. Do we have any program to register as farmers to get involved in your co-op? So how do people sign up and become members of the co-op?
Yes, I'm glad you mentioned that. So before this whole thing started, we had 40 farmers, and now we're way above 60. We have 60 new farmers currently within our listing. So that shows the amount of trust and you know, the capacity that we've built up already. So it's we have our own farmers application, and we have it on our website, right?
Yes, we do.
And then we have just the paper form, but you know, there are criteria that we expect from the farmers, right? So they provide all their information as far as the farm location and the types of crops they're growing and all that. But we also require a certification for the Corps for pesticide use. And then we also stipulate that we can come to their farm and inspect their farming areas to ensure compliance with our standards of, basically just cleanliness and other food security issues. We make sure that we comply with all of that. So those are the things that we expect from the farmer when we bring them into our co-op.
And we're also encouraging them to practice some conservation practices, such as like drip hose irrigation and mulching, windbreakers.
Right.
We're also encouraging our farmers to do that. We are, however, in the process of developing our web design, our website. So we don't have one right now, but we are on Facebook and we are on Instagram. And we do plan to put our application online once we get our website up and going.
Got it.
What's your Facebook profile? Your name? Is it Farmers?
The Farm Cooperative Association of Guam. Yeah.
And just real quickly before we let you go, it's $20 per bag for today's drive-through.
That's correct.
And you must pre-order.
No, not necessarily. You can also drive up, and when you do drive up, you don't have to get out of your car. At least for the Dedido side, they will load it for you. With the Chamorro Village, you would need to get down because the parking lot there is small. It won't accommodate that traffic. Yeah. So it would be foot traffic at the time, just park and then. But they're highly visible now. We've got a side out there that says Farmers Co-op.
Nice. Okay. All right. Well, hey, anytime you guys harvest, give us a call, and we'll put you guys out there. We'll, the Golai of the week on the link.
Yes, you go. Yes. Well, drop by this today. We'll be up there today distributing our produce bags. So if you guys have time, come by.
Mike,
and I'll guarantee you a T-shirt. That's for sure.
Okay. let's see that shirt here. There's check this shirt out, Mike. If you could just show the shirt to the camera.
Nice.
Yeah, Shinar.
And it also comes in blue.
Right on.
So you have a
do you have any mediums?
Yes, they do.
And small.
Okay. You know what I need is a large up top, extra large bottom, maybe a hybrid.
Don't worry, I think we have the same size.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
I believe they call that a dress.
Yeah, they call it a dress. Thanks. Hey, okay, so thank you guys, and we'll see you later on, okay?
Thank you so much for allowing us to speak with here
Of course.
today.
Okay.
Anytime.
All right, that's the Curbside Farmers Market. That's today, 2 to 5 p.m. Dedido Farmers Market location or the Chamorro Village. You can pre-order by emailing fcaguam@gmail.com or message 797-1844. It is $20 per bag. They've got cucumber, eggplant, sweet corn, and papaya.
All right, we'll take just a really quick break, and we're coming back with the Department of Public Health and Social Services Medical Director, Dr. Maglotnia, right here on the link. It's The Breeze 93.9. Good morning.
GU Self Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
We got your 6
at 6 a.m. with the link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
CBS Primetime Tonight kicks off at 8 with NCIS, FBI, and the CBS Special, John Lewis, Celebrating a Hero, followed by The Late Show with Stephen Colbert at 11 and The Late Late Show with James Corden. Only KUAM, TV 11.
This primetime lineup is brought to you by Docomo Pacific. Better together.
The link. Here on Breeze 93.9 FM.
saying about one beautiful night we once
Hey, good morning. It's 7:25.
Half a day.
There's so many ways to catch the show. Of course, right here on the radio, it's The Breeze, 93.9, your go-to jam as always. Coming up next, there's a audio stream, Docomo Channel 10, of course, KUAM.com, the KUAM News app, and we're also on KUAM TV 11 from 6 a.m. to 8 a.m. Remember, containing COVID, we were on 8 to 10, and that was because nobody was working. We're all on lockdown, and we figured you guys were, getting up after the chicken. And now we're kind of, again, PCOR 3, leaning towards normalcy with the reopening of schools. So we switched it up, and we're now putting the first half of the show on KUAM TV 11, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and then Mondays we wake up, and it's great on KUAM TV 8. Okay, and last but not least, on the Edward R. Murrow Award-winning social media networks of KUAM, our KUAM News Facebook Live feed. Thank you guys so much for watching. Share the feed. 726, let's talk COVID now. From the Department of Public Health and Social Services, the medical director, Dr. Jana Maglotnia. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Oh, we missed you.
Yeah, we did.
This isn't going to happen again. No, I mean missing me. I'll be back.
Oh, good. Oh, good. Oh, good. Okay. And so we got you on the Zoom here. And thanks for joining us, Dr. Maglotnia. We're really, anytime we see a surge in the positives, we want to bring on someone from the public health community to kind of speak to the people about it. So we'll just start there. There have been, the surge in positives the last few days and over the weekend. So we'll just start and give you the floor. And if you could just give us the latest information on that.
Basically, a lot of our recent cases have been coming through travel, and the community spread is small, but we've had a lot of cases that were linked to each other through travel, and so the number looks higher, but you have to realize that when people come in through travel, that most of them are in the quarantine situation, and so most of it's contained. Now, having said that, if people are on home quarantine, and if they don't abide by quarantine, then spread can occur in situations like that as well, which is why the GovGuam has said there will be penalties if you don't quarantine, because then the opportunity for spread throughout the community is greater if people who... So luckily, we still have our quarantine in effect. And so when most travelers come in from high-risk areas, many of them will be placed into our GovGuam quarantine facilities. And so although they may be positive, most of them is contained.
There's been, I think I've seen it on, is it the FSM Association of Guam's Facebook page?
Right.
And it's been going around on social media about, was it a funeral or something like that? Involving
and Doc, we had talked with the Trickies Association of Guam, and apparently what they were telling us was there was someone who had come in for a funeral service, and now the FSM community and the Consul General, in conjunction with the Trickies Association of Guam, they're trying to do an outreach into the community. And we were told it was relative to, we were told by the Trickies Association that it was relative to some COVID positive. So are you able to shed any kind of light on that?
We, same report that you received. We can't confirm it, but when people are coming forward and offering you the information, I don't think they're making it up. So they're reporting that based on information they've received, and we have heard the same things, is that it was linked to a funeral and people had come in for that. So yes, we heard the same. I'm glad you heard that separately. We can't I can't obviously comment on where or what, but we were told by some concerned FSM persons as well that they had heard that. But wherever it came from, be it there, be it anywhere, again, quarantine. You know, that's the way we control it. And we jokingly say it, but quarantine is the most effective vaccine we have. And when we put people away for 14 days and tell them stay at home and to isolate, that's the only thing we have to control the spread and control the disease itself and keep the curve flattened and contained in Guam. And until there is a vaccine, that's all we can do, and it's so effective. But we'll see surges when things like that are occurring with events and where people don't remember to wash their hands, socially distance, and wear the mask. And those things are so effective. And when it isn't used and people disregard that, that's how spread occurs, and often with bad outcomes.
And Dr. Cabrera was on, I think it was yesterday, and he was saying that one of the biggest threat, if not the biggest threat, is people that are on home quarantine that aren't adhering to these home quarantine protocols. But how would I know, for example, if someone was on home quarantine and not following protocols? And how would I, I wouldn't know to report them so that they would be held accountable.
Yes, you won't know that. And so that's why we have to tell everyone to use universal precautions, because another thing too is that 1 in 3 people with COVID have no symptoms. So then you say, so what do I do? Here's what you do: 6 feet, mask, wash your hands, and then the odds of your getting it go way down. So if that person next to you has no symptoms, even sitting where you are, if they have no symptoms, they may still transmit the disease. So when all the airmen went out into the community, apparently people were doing what they were supposed to be doing because we didn't get cases from those. And that's a good example. People cannot let their guard down. And we have an education campaign coming out right now for wearing masks. I don't have to have one on right now, but I feel so guilty to come on with my role with public health and not wear one. I don't really need to. I'm inside my home. No one's around me. But
you're just setting
I don't
an
want
example.
anyone to walk Sorry?
You're just setting the example. We get it. That's what we're trying to do here too.
Right. I feel like I can't show my face when I'm telling people not to do that. But it's everywhere around you, possibly. So do wear it, socially distance, 6 feet, and wash your hands, and we won't be having this conversation for long.
Right.
But when people violate that, whether they're known to be cases or not known to be cases, when you violate that, it's going to spread. But I would have the comfort if I were to find out that I'm positive, I'm not really worried. I mean, doing a contact investigation would be fairly straightforward with me, because I don't go without this, and I do socially distance, and maybe there's a foot or two breach here and there, but if you abide by the things that we know to do, and that's when you're out and you don't know what your status is, then you can worry less that you infected anyone.
Right. I think I'm benefiting from this because I've always had kind of a small circle, and if I was to somehow get positive, I feel like to do the contact trace investigation would be pretty easy. I'd be like, okay, done. Doc, I want to.
I just brought that up because we're discussing enforcement and stepping up penalties. But I mean, like I said, I just don't see how we would be able to report people if we don't know who they are. And having said that, are there discussions of possibly releasing a list of people that are on home quarantine so people can know and report these individuals that
I think everyone would like that, but everyone has rights. And I remember when AIDS first came out, and I was sitting with a couple, and he was a known case, she was 5 months pregnant and did not know that he had it, and I wasn't permitted to tell her. And so I tried to implore the partner to tell her, and at that point, he wasn't willing to. And so it's really frustrating because the rights of people come first. And so knowing that, you have to protect yourself because everyone has rights, and we don't have the opportunity to come out and say yes, yes, yes to everything, and we'd like to. But it doesn't. Even the ones you identify with it aren't the problem. It's the ones that you're sitting next to that you don't suspect that are the problem. If you think someone has it and you hear them coughing a lot and they look ill, you're definitely going to distance. But the one that might bite you is the one you're whispering to, saying, I think that one has COVID. Maybe that one has COVID. You know, so that's why it's very important to adhere to what we know we can do to prevent it. And the health department is coming out with an education campaign, and we've made 9 videos with our frontliners, and we're going to release those 1 per week through the radio, TV, and through our social media to really advocate for using these safeguards to protect yourself and the community, your friends, your family. It's so important that we go over and over this, but we can't say it enough. We have to take care of our families, our friends, and our community. And the only way we can do that is doing these little safety measures. And also, I noticed that Dr. Fauci this week even mentioned wearing goggles. Why did he say that? He said it may come to that point, but actually you can just wear glasses. And why he said that is that where you have wet mucosa that helps guard against infections, you'll have it in your nose, your mouth, and your eyes. So that's another port of entry for the virus. So we don't tell people to wear any kind of eye protection, although we do. When we're on the front line, we wear eye protection and face shields. Face shields are great, but anything to prevent the virus from getting into the mucosa.
Doc, I wanted to ask, with the quarantine exceptions, right? So going back to what we had discussed earlier, and not even specifically, but just more generally, there are people we hear who come to Guam for funerals, or there's a list, right, of exceptions. That being said, and you talk about people, breaking quarantine, do we kind of maybe, in your opinion, your medical opinion, need to re-examine some of these exceptions, or maybe more closely monitor the people who are being granted these quarantine exceptions?
Well, actually, what we've done, there are people that I would say, expedite their quarantine, but now we've changed the protocol to where they have to be tested. So you may be permitted to do your job or go to a gathering, but now we expect a test to be done and a letter from the director or someone with valid credentials or papers. It doesn't take a director's letter, but when you come into the airport and you have one of these situations, you will be expected to provide documents that support that, so we can do rapid testing and feel safer about letting you go into our community. But even when we say you can go out, please, the mask, hand wash, and socially distance. Because when we check contacts, if we find a case, the way we do contact tracing is we go to you and please work with us when we come to you. We won't ask you for anything like your credit card or banking information. All we want from you is your help in identifying people that you may have exposed. And so we need your help in holding our hand, guiding us through your steps before about 48 hours before you were symptomatic or found to be positive, and then walk us through your daily life so we can reach out to those other contacts. And in general, the contacts that we'll be looking for, it isn't everybody. If you saw someone at the grocery store and you just waved, I mean, that doesn't constitute a contact. What we're looking at is a closer proximity, maybe less than 6 feet and longer than 15 minutes. So people who are in your car or someone that is inside those perimeters, will be looking for those people who have a greater risk of becoming positive. And so we will reach out to them and we'll monitor them. And that's what we're doing now. We've done contact tracing and contact investigation for years with infectious disease, and we do it daily with TB. And now we've ramped it up and we include COVID. So we not only address the case, but we also ask you for contacts and we contact them. And then we watch them for 14 days as well. And we have digital tracking that helps us with this. We have the AMOCA program.
Right.
And there are a large part of the community that are on the AMOCA program that we have.
Is
And
the
we literally have
AMOCA
video.
is the AMOCA app for people that are on quarantine though, or COVID cases? Because
We
Senator
have mixed people on it. We use high-risk people and people who are positive and already known positive. We wouldn't use it for the low risk. We're looking at another program to launch very soon called the Sarah Alert. And what that would entail, and what we envision logging people into that system when they come to Guam. And we have a line list of people, and it would sorry about the choke. Sorry about that.
You okay?
Yeah, let me get a sip.
All right.
Hang on, just
Yeah.
By the way,
But
where
we're
do we
hoping to
these
get everyone
purple
logged into the system. And then the system itself does the monitoring for you. It will contact the people and reach out to them to say, hey, remember to log in whether you're having any symptoms or no symptoms. And so it takes the burden off of staff having to physically call you. And then someone monitors that daily log.
Yeah.
And if we need to reach out and monitor and get you help, we can do it rapidly if we use that system.
Doc,
Is this similar to what Senator Rigel has introduced, Bill 387, regarding digital contact
I'm not
tracing?
sure what they've introduced,
Mhm.
but what we're using is a combination of hands-on phone calls and physical visits to some of the more ill people or someone who's indicated that they need a closer monitoring. We do field visits on them. We do phone calls, and then we already do the AMOCA program. Sarah Alert is going to be launched not just for ill people, but hopefully for the passengers coming in who aren't ill, and we can still monitor them. So there are a longer arm monitoring system set up for them.
Right.
And we're also looking at another one called Path Check Foundation, and in that one, it uses GPS in your smartphone, and it shows where all you've been. And if everyone logs into that system, then if someone becomes positive, then it will alert other people. It'll sort out where you've been to notify you whether you were in close proximity to someone who actually had COVID.
Wow.
So we're looking at that system as well. For sure, Sarah Alert, and we're already using the AMOCA, and we will always use actual individuals to reach out to people.
Doc, you know,
Combination.
we hear just the chatter about possible abuse with these quarantine exceptions. Who would monitor that thing, and is that information public? Because I'm not sure if that would be covered under HIPAA if you got an exception to skip quarantine because of whatever reason. So we just hear reports about people being pulled out of line at the airport, and as always, when we get this info, we want to vet it. So have you guys heard anything about any type of abuse with the exceptions to quarantine, whether it involves government officials or their families or friends or anything? And then who would monitor the incoming travelers for that type of thing? And is there any vetting that goes on with who gets the exceptions to these quarantines?
Actually, it's interesting. An exception, everyone is quarantined. Everyone is, and it may be a little expedited. It might be slightly expedited for like frontline essential healthcare workers, where we test them sooner. They must come in with a test or be tested within 24 hours, and their families. And then we would allow home quarantine for them, and they can go to and from work. But at all times during that entire period, they must adhere to socially distancing, wearing the mask, and hand washing. So everyone is tested. The protocols, you don't just get a free pass.
Okay.
So you will have a test. And,
All right.
and test, something's better than nothing. We know that tests aren't everything, but I want it on everyone, ideally. Because
Doc,
at least we know they're not positive right then.
Right.
And when they enter Guam, it's nice, the more people who are tested, because we know at least right then that they're not a positive, because we can weed them out from the very beginning.
right. There's a lot of, I mean, we've had Dr. Ho on about the window for testing someone, and in terms of like when they were exposed to COVID and when they would actually pop positive. Right. So that, I mean, that's part of it too, right?
Yes. In general, the 14-day quarantine isn't a magic number. We look at the life of the virus and how long it takes to get into the person. We call it the host. But how long does it take? If I'm exposed today and I'm going to get it, how long does it take? Usually within 5 days, people are symptomatic, but we can pick up about 97% of the infections by day 10 or 11. So 14 gives us 99% by 14 days. So knowing that, we adopted that. And it may seem a little excessive, but we're getting almost 100% of the cases by going the full 14 days. And when we time this test out of quarantine at 7 days on the new protocols, we're allowing for that front line few days before you get here, plus the 7 here, knowing that by day 10 or 11, 97% who are going to get it and actually get it, we will be able to pick up. And so that's what we're doing in the quarantine facility. When people come from off island without a test from a high risk area, we now call it a non-low risk area. We quarantine them, and then guess what we do? In 7 days, if they want to, we'll test them. And we've had several positives come from that test at 7 days. And you know, they're in disbelief, especially if they have no symptoms. And now if you don't opt for that test, you go for the full 14 days in the quarantine facility. So it's been so effective. We've saved ourselves probably 20 cases in the past 2 weeks, and I'm pulling that number out. It may be 3 weeks, but that's 20 people who would have been in the community had we not had the quarantine facility. And without going to a gathering, we're looking at about 15 contacts per person. So you're looking at 300 people,
right?
And that's without going to a gathering. What if each of them went to a gathering? So it's easy to see how this gets out of hand. And as we start to open, the more programs that we can have in place to help prevent the spread, the better for us.
Doc, can we get any info? We had a call earlier about the next mass community testing. Anything on you guys' radar for that?
I don't have my schedule in front of me. We did Chalampago yesterday,
right?
But I'm sorry, I don't have the schedule. I've got the sit rep, but I don't think I can call it up on my computer. Want me to go get the computer? Because it's listed on our website. Our website is...
Bree's got it. She's on the...
Yeah. Okay.
I'm just
okay, Doc. Well, thank you so much for your time.
Yeah, I just wanted to also just acknowledge and say you guys are doing a great job with the Division of Environmental Health. I've been getting a lot of the inspection reports, and Tom Nadeau and the health inspectors, I mean, they have been going out. I get it every week. They've been shutting down. They've been inspecting, citing different restaurants that aren't meeting the guidelines that have been set up for public health. So, you know, good job to you guys.
Could I go through just a few more things to see if there's anything else I wanted to share with you? Because I've got lots. It might take a couple of minutes just to share with you. Would that be okay?
Of course, Doc.
Okay. First of all, thank you for giving us the opportunity to help launch our education campaign for masks. Please, we thank the community for what they've done. Guam has contained the virus quite well. We do see surges of cases coming in, but it's easy to identify the sources of that because of the systems we have in place. And we see that quite factually, if people don't abide by the recommendations, what can happen? So thank you for giving us this forum to get the word out, and we really appreciate it. Okay, contact tracing, we went over that. There were some key points that the department wanted me to bring out. We have contact tracers who sit on the phone and get the information. Then we have contact investigators, which is a little different. They're the bug detectives. They actually get out there and search, seek, and destroy. So we do need help. And when I say we need help, we're okay now, but we're trying to prepare for the future as we continue to open Guam. So we see a need that we may need more individuals in addition to our digital monitoring. And so please look at the DOA website. There are positions opening. We identify more. Even this week, we've identified additional positions that would be available. So please look if you're looking for work. We would love to have you join us, because this is something that has placed each of us on the front line, and everyone is doing their part. So we can give the tools and the weapons to the community, but ultimately the battle is fought by the community. Everyone is on the front line for this. So it was funny. I had someone call in the other day and said, what is your expertise in treating COVID? And I said, google.com, what's yours? Because it's new. And so we're all watching this evolve at the same time. And our army is you. So please continue to do what you're doing. Get the word out. Simple things like this and socially distancing will save lives. Let's see what else. Close contact, we went over that. We're looking at, in general, 6 feet and 15 minutes or more. And let's see here. Oh, let's talk about, just for a second, what tests do we accept? We've had that question come up. Are you all still there?
Yeah,
Yes.
we're just giving you the floor.
Okay. Sorry. I just wanted to hit that before we go. But the tests that we accept, we do accept, these are big words, I know. It's a foreign language. PCR testing and antigen testing and molecular testing on the Abbott ID Now. What are those? Those are tests that actually look for the virus. There are tests out there that look for your response to the virus and antibody testing, but those haven't been fully developed yet to being a useful tool for clearing people. So we advise against using that test for clearing. So the tests that actually look for the virus, and I even accept tests from Asia because they may not have the emergency use authorization that our tests have, but they have their own. Like Korea came out with the first one in February. They were the first ones in the entire world to get an EUA approved test through their own CDC branch. So we accept those tests. If it looks for a virus, we accept those. So I think that'll answer that one. Let's see if there's anything else. I think those were key things that I wanted to share with you all. Oh, Japan. Just so you know what our brother and sister countries are doing, Japan is starting to open up testing at the airport with the antigen testing. They get results in about an hour, but I think Haneda and Narita airports have started testing at the airports in Japan in their efforts to open up. So as we open up, everyone has to do their job. You are our soldiers. So please do your jobs, and we can contain this thing as we open, because we all want our island to open. And we have to do what we can do. It will expand our testing, expand our surveillance, and hold hands and get through this.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you, Commander.
Hold hands? I know you meant that metaphorically.
Hold hands at a distance.
Air holding.
2 arm lengths.
Air
I'm gonna
cuddling.
go like this.
All right. Thank you, Doc.
Thanks for having me on.
Yeah.
Enjoy talking to you all again.
Always, anytime you got any of those announcements you want to make, just text me. We'll get you right on, okay?
I'll text you. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
great.
All right,
Thank
wash
you.
your hands
Thank
and your
you so
thumbs.
much.
All right. All right, there you go, Dr. Jenna Manglotnia from
Commander
the
Manglotnia.
Yeah, 753. Wow, it's a lot of information there, and now we're way behind, so we're just going to jump right back onto our Zoom feed and bring on from the Guam Federation of Teachers, the president, Tim Fedenko. Good morning, Tim. Sorry about that delay. Appreciate your patience.
Oh, that's fine, Chris. That's probably some of the best information I've heard in a long time, actually.
Right, and we wanted to bring you on because, and I'll just get right into it, with a specific example. We had heard from a few different teachers that when the Guam Department of Education had come out with the different learning options for students, there was also a option system for teachers at different schools, and teachers were told that they could choose to teach online or face-to-face. And so obviously there are members in your a group that are maybe struggling with having to go back, and the possible risks and the exposure that, I mean, we're all worrying about it, right? So anyway, with these teachers had opted for a mostly online thing, but specifically at the school they're detailed at, the online option was taken away, although it's still being offered at other schools. For this particular one, it's no longer an option. And I just wanted to bring you on and just maybe get the union perspective on, do you believe that we should be respecting the concerns of these teachers and providing them with a way to do their job in a way that, students are also, and parents have the option to?
And have you been receiving concerns from teachers?
Right.
Yeah, I haven't heard any concerns about not being able to teach distantly online, let's say, because there's two types of distance teaching, right? There's the take home, the online one. I haven't heard anything personally. I checked the office as well. They haven't said anything. And I talked to Sanjay Sharma, the vice president, and Sanjay said that it's his understanding, he did a lot of the legwork this summer with DOE, is that even if there isn't online classes being offered at their school, depending on the numbers, they could actually teach online from Simon Sanchez all the way down to Southern High, right? And so it's a numbers-based situation for how many people are going to be online and not online, right? So you're still fitting the classroom sizes, which is what the department is agreeing to, keeping the classroom sizes at the contract level. And so there could, that's something I haven't heard.
Okay.
Yeah. But how would you deal with something like that, though, if there was a teacher who was like, felt that they were being forced into face-to-face teaching, but initially thought they were going to be doing distance learning, or that's what they wanted because they just don't feel comfortable going back into the classroom and doing the face-to-face teaching?
Yeah.
Is that something they could file like a grievance for, or?
Yeah, exactly. And that's the best way for us to get to know what's going on. Right. And, the principals, the Department of Education is, under one umbrella, which is the superintendent, right? And so the principals have a little bit of freedom to try to manage their schools, individuality, right? So they may have crossed the line accidentally, so to speak. And so if they file a grievance, one thing the superintendent and I and the other associate superintendents had a couple meetings so far in an agreement that safety is the number one priority for the employees and the students, right? So John Fernandez is very sympathetic about that, and I think that if we got wind of that, we could handle that without even going through the whole grievance process where we call up the associate superintendents or superintendents, and things could be remedied.
And that's why I wanted to bring you on, Tim, to discuss it, because I have heard those concerns from teachers, and they don't necessarily want to go through the whole grievance process, because I think there's a big understanding that we're collectively moving towards this reopening of the schools. And it is what it is. They have their risks and their concerns, but at the end of the day, I think they know they got a job to do it. I just feel like if we're going to offer that option, but it kind of sounds like you said there was a remedy in that if teachers are not being afforded an online option at their school, they can kind of do it for another school. Can you maybe expand on that option?
Well, from my understanding, that's correct. Because let's say there are teachers who don't want to do the online situation, right? Yeah. And so if you have, let's say 100 students that want to do online, and you only have 4 positions for that classroom, right? And all 4 teachers don't want to do online, you could actually insert someone from a different class from a different school within the system into that classroom, and then they could teach that online. You know, this is more probably for a high school. I'm an elementary teacher, so it's going to be a little different. We're probably going to see higher numbers. Maybe I would say realistically 80% of the students coming back, but we'll see. And that's another thing with the department. The department didn't put a lock on, like, okay, Chris, your kids are going to stay at home for the semester, right? So we know a specific finite number of teachers who need to do the online part because these people have signed up for the semester. But on DOE, they're allowing you to ebb and flow, right? You could say, well, this online is not working out for my child. It's too much. They can't understand it. So can I now come back to the ABC situation, right? And at least once a week or twice a week possible meeting face-to-face, right? And so that's going to have that kind of help steady the numbers when you do that, but we aren't doing that for flexibility because it's so new. I think that problems may change, right, through or even online classes may change throughout the semester.
Right. Hey, we were talking, Tim, I don't even know how if this is even a thing, but hazardous pay for teachers and GDOE staff, right? So obviously, even though we are in a PCOR 3, there's still an element of risk of exposure. So are they getting the hazard pay? Has that even been part of the discussion? And, you know, excuse me if I'm totally coming from left field, but we were just talking about this before the show.
No, they won't. That's a vague, that's a hard one. Yeah. You heard the doctor. Everyone is on the front line, right? I mean, literally, you're on the front line. Everyone's on the front line. And so is hazardous pay come into that? Of course, there's litigation on that.
Yeah.
I mean, going on, right? But I don't think so. My concern, one of the big questions that is kind of still in the air is like, okay, let's say I go into the school. I got to admit, I've gone into school with a sniffle and maybe a sore throat a little bit, you know, because I can power through the Friday and get through and rest up on the weekend, right? Or maybe I had a fever. If you have a fever and they send you home, and you don't have sick leave, does that mean you're sent home without pay as a sick leave, or is that considered administrative leave because you're ordering me to go home?
Right.
There is the law where you have 14 days use for administrative leave from COVID. You know, there's going to be questions like that. But as far as the hazardous pay, no, I would say not in Core 3. But
okay.
I could be wrong.
Okay. Well, good morning. And Tim, just give me a second here. It's 8:02. To our viewers on KUAM TV 11, we're going to sign off. Please jump over to our Facebook Live feed, and you can catch us on the radio. It's the link on the Breeze 93.9. So thank you so much to our viewers on KUAM TV 11. 8:02 now. We're going to jump back into this interview with the union president for the Guam Federation of Teachers, Tim Fedenko, where we had just asked Tim about hazard pay for GDOE teachers and staff, and the answer was no hazard pay for you. I didn't mean it like that. But,
yeah.
I mean, we were just kicking it around. I didn't know, so thank you for clarifying that.
I mean, do you think though that teachers and staff should be paid hazardous pay?
Yeah, personally, I do. Yeah, and if it's within the law, right? I mean, if you have an emergency, I mean, that's the angle, right? When you open up, you have an emergency, right? And you declare an emergency, that there lies the problem. Who should open up? Only essential, right? But if you're having like a light emergency, right, where we're going to open up the schools even though we're in an emergency, no one would open up the school during a typhoon, right? You know, so that is it's a value opinion, right? A question, you know, and for the courts to decide ultimately, right?
Yeah.
I mean, listening, you know, in all honesty, Dr. Fauci was on with the American Federation of Teachers during the convention last week. And your Dr. Menglonia, well, she's a female version of Dr. Fauci, the way she talks, she's spot on. We're really low and if we keep the numbers really low, and we do use a face shield and a mask and practice washing your hands all the time, he's not that worried about it. But in hot cases where like Florida or Texas, those he's saying you shouldn't open up, right? So we're getting 2 to 9 positive tests a day. I mean, if we can beat this and be done with it, and he's hopeful that there'll be a vaccine by January 2021.
Do you know, Tim, we had on Mr. Jeremy Zichik from Harvest Christian Academy, and we had Juan Flores on, and we asked about the education stabilization funds, and one of the things that they brought to light was these problems with procurement in terms of like the PPEs that are supposed to be provided to school systems. And I know you held up your face mask, but is that a GDOE issued face mask, or is that your personal bought face mask? And if the Department of Education doesn't have the PPEs before the start of the school year, is that reason for a delay?
Oh, most definitely. And I think John Fernandez would wholeheartedly agree with that. If there are no PPEs for the employees and the students, then you're opening up the school dangerously, right? And so I don't think I would assume and support a delay for that reason.
Well, he's coming on in a
have
few
you heard
slides.
though from GDOE? Have you guys been issued your PPEs yet?
No. Well, no one that I know, no teachers are really in until the 11th, right? So no one's been issued a PPE. Every teacher who goes in on the 11th, I would wear your mask the first day.
Yeah.
Hopefully get issued your PPE, and then move forward. But if that first day they aren't issuing PPEs for the teachers with just the soft opening of faculty and staff, then yeah, that's a great concern. But what I have heard is that there's a gymnasium full of PPEs, and they're going to
Okay.
So that's what.
Tim, we're up against the clock, and man, I know your time is valuable, and thank you so much for coming on. But I got to end, and I got to ask the status of that action that you guys were going to take on the double pay issue, because we haven't heard, and I just wanted to get status on that.
Yeah. I knew you were going to ask that.
Sorry, it is what it is.
It is what it is, right? No, and that is ongoing. We have our attorney Josh Walsh working on that. Chris, legal takes a long time, and the wheels of the courts move slow, and even slower during COVID. I mean, we've had cases go on for 5 years, So, but they are processing it. They've met with 10 individuals. Actually, the lawyer is going to issue a written statement.
Nice.
And as what's going on, and when he's ready, he's very scientific about his approach. He's not just a guy who likes to get up and talk and smooze everyone. He wants facts. These are what happened at this date and this date, and so yes, we are moving forward. Short answer.
Okay. Well,
right.
Thanks, Tim.
Thanks, Tim. Be safe.
Let's make this a regular. I want to kind of bring you on maybe more towards the open of the school. And as a librarian, what are like the librarians doing to kind of COVIDify the libraries? So we'll talk about that maybe at a later time.
Yeah, that'd be great. Chris. And Karina, the August 11th, we'll all know a lot more.
Right.
When we're back the classroom and see what's going on.
Right. Well, good luck, Tim, and keep us posted.
All right. Take care.
Thank you. Take care.
All
Be
right.
safe.
From the Guam Federation of Teachers, that was Tim Fidenko. He's the president. We're all kinds of backed up. Let's just stick with the Zoom room right after this short break on the link. It's The Breeze 93.9. Good morning, Guam.
GU Self Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
We got your 6.
at 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Doers get more done.
Off it, everybody, and welcome back to The Link on the Breeze 93.9. Let's check in with Adriana Cotero with your headlines.
Half a day and good morning, everyone. I'm Adriana Cotero with your headlines here on The Link. Things are heating up in the Democratic congressional race. Challenger Robert Underwood is calling out incumbent Michael San Nicolas for not facing the voters about allegations in a House ethics investigation. Instead, the congressman has hired a high-powered Washington law firm to represent him. Nestor LeConte reports.
Any other questions?
Former Delegate Underwood called a news conference challenging Congressman San Nicolas to speak to the specifics of the ethics probe and not have his lawyer issue press releases. San Nicolas has retained the D.C. law firm of Brand Woodward. Partner Stan Brand, a former general counsel for the House of Representatives, said in a news release that, quote, any assertion that the mere fact of an investigation serves as an indication of wrongdoing is mere posturing. Underwood says San Nicolas should speak for himself.
It's a fundamental obligation for people in public service to present themselves to the public. Michael San Nicolas has refused to do so, and instead, in this particular instance, he's hiding behind an attorney's statement.
The Ethics Committee announced in June that it is looking into campaign expenditures that may not be legitimate, disclosed information to the Federal Election Commission that may be false, and false statements to government investigators, among other things. San Nicolas has also had to return a campaign contribution from a local businessman that well exceeded the lawful limit. And Underwood says it's not just that he needs to explain.
He's missed 52% of votes that he was eligible to participate for. That's 160 votes. And there are all kinds of issues related to the people of Guam, ranging from veterans to senior citizens to education, even to coral reefs. And he did not participate in those votes. He did not stand up for Guam.
Underwood says the bottom line is accountability.
That's the number one issue. How come Mike San Nicolas refuses to be held accountable for any of these activities? How come he refuses to explain his missed votes? How come he refuses to engage on the basis of his performance? And now he refuses to come home.
For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor LeConte.
Congressman San Nicolas did respond with a news conference of his own from Washington late Tuesday afternoon. He said he wanted to counter the, quote, negative campaigning, unquote, of his challenger, and did so with a rare question and answer session with reporters.
Right now, because
regarding the ethics investigation about campaign misspending, Congressman San Nicolas said a probe doesn't mean he's guilty of anything. But while House rules do not preclude him from talking about it, his lawyers are advising against that.
Because everything that is put on the record in terms of those discussions, all those things can continue to be factored in. And, in the interest of trying to get this thing resolved as quickly as possible, we're trying to avoid having too many variables added into the proceedings.
He also responded to his heavily criticized voting record, which Underwood said was just 52%.
Don't get me wrong, we absolutely would like to bring the voting record up. We've had to make some tough decisions, and that's resulted in the voting record being what it is. But those tough decisions have obviously paid off.
And it's not clear if San Nicolas will be returning to Guam before the primary. He says he has important work to do in D.C. related to pandemic assistance. But he does go on record that he is open to a debate with challenger Underwood, even if it's held online.
Again, the work is keeping us engaged out here. I've actually not heard a call for any debate. That's news to me. I've never been one to shy away from any of those things. So if that needs to be arranged virtually, we can probably do that.
For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor LeConte.
The number of confirmed COVID cases has gone up again. According to the Joint Information Center, 7 people turned up positive out of 386 samples that were tested. Of the newly confirmed cases, 1 case was identified through contact tracing. 3 cases had recent travel to the continental U.S. and were identified in a quarantine facility, and 4 cases are under investigation. To date, there have been a total of 375 confirmed cases of COVID-19, with 5 deaths, 318 released from isolation, 3 hospitalized, and 52 active cases. Of those cases, 326 are classified as civilians, and 49 are military service members. And that's the news for now. We'll see you back here at 6 tonight on Prime Time.
All right, thank you, Adriana. Again, it's The Link on The Breeze and 93.9. It's all proudly brought to you by Polka, distributed by Ambrose Inc. Check out their peach tea. They've got a great cappuccino, and it's available everywhere. Also brought to you by ITE and Calvo Enterprises at 8:14. Superintendent John Fernandez coming up in just a few moments. We will also get Jigo Mayor Rudy to talk about the day that may be coming, and this is the day when the stray dogs of this island will be telling us what to do. This is a day that the mayor of Jigo has prophesied numerous times on a show we did called Containing COVID. And it hasn't gotten any better in his opinion. And you know what? I love Mayor Rudy, so we're just going to get him on. I don't care what he says. I love how he says it. It's 8:15.
19 Fogotin.
Fogotin. What was that one? That was
I don't know.
I never heard that one, but it's a good one. 8:15. Let's head into the Zoom room here, where we wanted to bring Victoria Lola Leon Guerrero from the Fanogi Coalition Congressional Forum. Good morning, Victoria.
Hafide, good morning. Thank you so much for having me.
We wanted to get you on because we had a little preview of what it could have been. I don't know. It was almost like dueling press conferences, which was almost like a debate, which was almost like a forum. And we first of all, let's just take care of that, and then I want to go into some of the comments that Congressman San Nicolas had made regarding forums and debates. So tell us about your forum, which is happening today. In fact, it's happening in less than 2 hours, right? So go ahead.
Yeah, so the Fanogi Coalition, which is an organization that formed, that's 37 groups are part of the organization. And we felt that it was really important to hear from our candidates about particularly issues regarding our island's political status and issues of importance to many of these organizations. And so we sent out invitations throughout July, several invitations to the candidates for congressional office as well as non-incumbent senators. And so today we'll be hearing from our congressional candidates at 10 a.m. on the Facebook Live of the Fanogi Coalition's page. And we heard back from Senator Will Castro and former Congressman Robert Underwood. They've confirmed their attendance, but despite repeated invitations, we haven't heard back from Congressman San Nicolas. And we are very disappointed. We hope that, I mean, by some chance, he has about, an hour and 45 minutes to go. So hopefully, he can send something in or respond, because this is very important.
Yeah.
Right. Go ahead.
So he had his 2 a.m. press conference yesterday, and he clearly said that he's not scared. He doesn't shy away from debates or forums. And he said he had not received any word. He had no knowledge of any invitations to any forums. But you kind of just, I don't know, you kind of fact check that there.
Yeah, where did you send it?
Did you send it to the right?
It was sent to all means. It was sent to him via email, via social media, even via text. I know that one of our representatives was also personally messaging him because he's put all of this contact information out. Right. And and we set the time at 10 a.m. so that it's 8 p.m. there. It's not 2 a.m, so it's not in the middle of the night. And so I think it's really important because the Fanogi Coalition, after the Supreme Court denied our petition for appeal to hear the case, the Finogi Coalition had written a letter to all of our elected officials, and we heard back from the governor, lieutenant governor, and all 15 senators, but we did not hear back from Congressman San Nicolas on the simple question of, do you support Chamorro self-determination, yes or no? He did in his social media and to, I believe, the Post, he did say that he supports a vote for everybody. That was his only response, but he never responded directly back to the coalition. The coalition also made it simple. You know, some people responded back with letters. The governor responded back with a letter. Some senators sent back emails. But when we weren't hearing from everybody, we sent a simple Google survey that said, do you support Chamorro self-determination, yes or no? And even that wasn't completed. And so I think that, you know, the important thing here is that political status impacts every aspect of our lives. So we look at the pandemic, for example. Our status has really impacted our ability to respond to this pandemic on multiple levels. And, you know, for us, that's something we need to hear from our candidates about, especially our candidate in Congress, because that's where we are supposed to have a voice in this process. And so we want to ensure that whoever is our voice in Washington, D.C. is in touch with what the community wants, right? The Finogi Coalition, like I said, is comprised of 37 different groups who represent various ages, various ethnic backgrounds, various occupations, various roles in our community. And, you know, to just sort of ignore us and assume that, you know, this issue is unimportant or doesn't need to be addressed says a lot, I believe.
Yeah, well, you know what, Victoria,
but there are those who did respond.
We've been ignored as well, but, you know, it's election time, and now Congressman San Nicolas wants to pay attention to us, so maybe you'll get that last-minute attendance. But, you know what, I think, and no matter how you guys feel about self-determination, and obviously you have your stance with the Finogi Coalition, and, of course, I respect that, but in its simplest form, this is, to me, really just about, it's a candidate forum. Are you a candidate? Yes, you are. So attend the forum. There's forums. I mean, we see this every election. There's business forums, you know, you know what I mean? And this is just yet another forum.
And this one is since it's a forum, it's not necessarily a debate, correct?
No, everybody was sent the questions ahead of time. They have the ability to pre-record and send in their responses. You know, the other thing too is that it is going to, the questions are coming from the members. And so it reflects a variety of issues impacting our community of importance. I think that any opportunity a candidate has to speak to the community, especially during times like these where we have very few opportunities and we're working with the changes by going online, there really is no excuse if you have that much notice and you can pre-record. There's, you know, it's an opportunity, it's a platform to reach people. And, you know, so I hope that, you know, like I said, it's at 10, so hopefully we do hear something, but whether we do or not, the other two candidates have confirmed attendance. I really hope the community tunes in. These are very important issues. It'll be interesting to hear from them about. And you can always comment. I know in the last 20-30 minutes, we'll be taking questions and comments from the community, which the candidates can respond to. So it's a really good opportunity to engage. And that's what the coalition wanted, was just the ability for us to engage directly with candidates on issues that really matter and could truly make a difference in other aspects of our lives.
Vicky, how many questions were provided to the candidates, and I guess just how much time do they have to respond?
Actually, there was several questions provided, and I believe they were given just a few minutes for each question. I don't have them in front of me. I'm so sorry, but I know that they've been given the same amount of time and the same amount of questions, so everything is balanced.
And real quickly, the non-incumbent senatorial forum. Are you just doing it for now for non-incumbent, and then later on for incumbents?
Yeah, I think that the coalition had really wanted to hear from new voices, particularly since we're just leading into the primary.
Right.
And so definitely leading up to the election, we plan to have more forums for sure.
Right.
And so an invitation was sent to all, non-incumbent senators, and we heard back and we'll be hearing from during the forum, former Senator Joanne Brown, former Chief Fred Berdalio Jr., Joaquin Canleon Guerrero, Chris Carrillo, and Vincent Borja.
Right.
So we really
and-
hope that you tune in. That's on Thursday at 10 a.m. So both today and tomorrow will be at 10 a.m. on the Finogi Coalition's Facebook page.
Okay. And Victoria, the thinking behind inviting the non-incumbents is that for the most part, you have all the incumbents' stance on self-determination, decolonization, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay.
So we did, like I said, we heard from all 15 senators who affirmed their support for Chamorro self-determination. So we wanted to hear from new senators, but we feel that these kinds of forums are also an opportunity to engage and inform new candidates around these issues, which every time you get sent these kinds of questions, just the process of responding to them engages you maybe in new ways that you've not engaged before. And that's
Right.
always the power of these kinds of things.
And I think that part of that could be the reason why Congressman St. Nicholas, I mean, let's just be honest here, when it comes to decolonization, self-determination, I think that Congressman Underwood and even a candidate, Senator Castro, they're familiar with these issues. And I think just a message to all the candidates out there, you got to know about decolonization. You have, and you got to have a stance on it, whether you support it or not. Just pick a side. It is a hot button issue. It's an issue that I think just comes with the territory when you seek elected office. Victoria, we got to run. We got the superintendent, but we'll be checking out your feed. And good luck. And I hope you guys do get a Congressman St. Nicholas. I think that would make it feisty.
Feisty.
Yeah, thank you to the superintendent as well for everything that they're doing to prepare us for this school year. So you guys are all doing awesome. Thanks for keeping us informed, and have a great day.
Thank you, Victoria. Wash your hands.
Take care.
I will.
And your thumbs. All right, 8:25. Soup, we're just going to take a real quick 1-minute break, and we'll come back with the superintendent of the Guam Department of Education, John Fernandez, next on The Link. It's The Breeze. 93.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Take it away.
Did you find someone else and can I have just one more chance to prove to you that I'm so in love with you?
All right. This is one of my favorite air drumming songs. Can I just...
I love that song. Air drumming.
I can tell you have never actually drummed before.
Hey, you ask around, Jake. Ask Freddie Berdalio Jr. about my drumming. I got to call him, hey, lie about my drumming. 828, it's the link on the Breeze 93.9. We go all local. Every song we play on this show is going to be from a local artist. And this one, wow. Why did you go? Did you find someone else's glow? Are you ready? Oh, I thought it was an ore to be found. Yeah, this, wow. Anna D. Garcia, So in Love. 829. Good morning. I think even the Soup was singing along to that one.
Okay, wait. So if
Taking him back.
Wait, so if Sabrina's on lead vocals, right?
Yeah.
You're doing the air drums. Can the Soup be lead guitar?
Yeah, you'll do the, because there was a killer guitar solo in that song.
I think John Fernandez can rock out. I'm pretty sure.
He looks like he can play an instrument. I don't know.
You played some instruments in your day, right, John?
Not on camera.
That's a great answer.
All right. 829. Good morning, Superintendent John Fernandez from the Guam Department of Education on the line. Obviously, very valuable guest. And John, we got our questions, but we just we'll give you the floor to message out to the parents, the students, as we anticipate the reopening of public schools in
The 17th.
the 17th, which is 12 days from now.
Well, the 11th, right?
Right.
But for students to actually go into campus the 17th.
Right. So we'll just give you the floor for
actually-
your
Is
open.
that right?
Yeah, actually, August 7th is our first day for teachers,
Okay.
and August 11th had been the original day for classes, but we pushed back first day of classes to August 17th, so we could give an opportunity for the principals and the teachers and staff to get together and plan and train, make some of the adjustments needed for the school year. So August 17th is first day of classes, but as soon as Friday, we'll start to get our teachers in and hear from them, get them ready, get them adjusted, and get them ready for this first day on the 17th.
Right, and we've, we had some PTSA people on yesterday. We had the private school folks on today, and it kind of seems definitely like you guys are public and private all on the same page as far as the safety measures, COVID-related safety measures. And I guess, John, if you could speak to that, because reading the comments, there are still parents out there who are still concerned. So have you guys done with the department the best that you feel you could under the circumstances?
Right. I mean, I think, for all the parents who are listening, who are public school parents, the opening of schools not only involved putting safety first and planning around it, but also getting parent input. And so we've held numerous online conversations with representatives of the parent-teacher associations. We held a week long of evening sessions with parents, any parent who wanted to call in and Zoom in. But we realized that there are some parents who are just still getting some of that information as well, who may not be linked into certain types of media, or who are just starting to focus back in, now that the summer's coming to an end. So I think the key thing is not only have we prioritized safety at the campuses, we've also given an opportunity for parents and students to elect one of three options, including two of those options being at home 100% of the time, meaning, whether it's online or through hard copy lessons, those parents and those students who do not feel comfortable coming back to school, for whatever reason, they do have that option, and all you need to do is contact your school. We're still accepting, registrations, even though we tried to set an earlier deadline to gather information. We've got about 20,000 of our students who have been registered under any of those three models of learning, but there's still time for those who have not yet responded. So we are still waiting. You still have time. Contact your school directly.
Mm-hmm. What about for, we talk a lot about parents and students. What about teachers? Are they also given the option to do whether it's distance learning or face-to-face?
So I think ultimately, our mission is teaching and learning, and what's driving that right now is the number of students who are electing to come on campus versus staying home. And based on that, our schools are going to are organizing themselves to deliver that type of instruction and support. So we do, and we have encouraged teachers who have any concerns due to health reasons or so forth, to go ahead and make their requests and concerns known to their administrator, so we can consider that in the planning and organizing of, for the school year. So I wouldn't, at this point, I would say we probably got maybe 40 to 50 requests across the school system, which is not as many as we anticipated. But with each of those, the school administrator is charged with looking and determining, how best to meet that accommodation.
Right.
And we have a range. I mean, we do have a range of different concerns that have come through. Obviously, some of those concerns are those who indicate being a high risk due to having any type of health condition that might lend itself to being in that category. But there are also others who say, look, just in case I get it, I live with, my parents or my grandparents or someone who has a health condition, and how do we take that into consideration?
Right.
So we don't. Those aren't normal accommodations that are made. But we are going to do our best to try to address them in this unique situation.
So that's handled at the various schools, right? Because we had brought it up with Tim. Just concerns from some teachers who maybe don't have that online option for the school that they're stationed at. What would the remedy be for those teachers who, in that case? And then also, what about a teacher's something as simple as childcare, right? So teachers with kids, right? Are we also taking those kind of things into consideration, and in what ways?
Right. Again, I mean, I think that's actually a challenge for every employer. So
Right.
even here at the central office, we have to be concerned about that. So again, a lot of that's going to get handled at the school level. We know that there are some teachers requesting to teach online. The majority of the time, if not the whole time, simply because of the childcare issues. So in the event that a teacher, makes that request and the schools are unable to accommodate them, at that point, they'll be able to elevate it to, for further consideration to a deputy or to the superintendent level. So we're not really at a point where we've seen some of these issues not being able to be resolved.
Okay.
And we're allowing the school administrators to work within their master schedule around their student needs to be able to see, how much we can accommodate. I mean, it's not going to be just because, I'm scared to come back.
Right.
I mean, I think everyone's kind of anxious, and we want to reassure everybody that these are the safety measures in place, and that's why we want our teachers back, for that whole week before we get any students back to campus. But we do recognize there are other concerns as well. And then again, if I get something at school, but I go home and I have someone at home I'm worried about, can that be considered? So once the school administrators gather those requests at their school level and look at how they're going to organize teachers to deliver online or face-to-face instruction, or then I think we'll sort out, what's been able to be accommodated and what's still unresolved, and determine how to address those specific situations.
John, I wanted to follow up on a conversation we had with Jeremy Zajac from Harvest Christian Academy and Dr. Juan Flores with the Catholic schools. And we talked about the education stabilization funds and the services that are being provided from that funding source. And one of the things that they had heard that there may be a problem with procurement with respect to PPEs. Can you clarify that for us?
I think, well, first of all, we've been working to finalize all the budget requests and all of the details related to the ESF funds. I think that was only done maybe a couple of weeks ago. I know Harvest and FD were kind of finalizing and the Catholic schools were kind of finalizing their requests at the same time. And then, of course, throughout this period of time, procurement has always been a concern, mostly because of the volume of supplies that we are requesting, the availability of those supplies, and to be able to get them in a timely fashion before the start of school. So even for us, we're currently working to procure those supplies, and we anticipate getting them in, and hopefully by midweek we should be able to confirm that everything is in place for the start of the school, for the start of classes and the start of the school year. But of course, for DOE, what we did was we chose and selected an opening date, but we've always made it contingent on having the PPEs available. And if they weren't available, we would of course push back the start of the school year to make sure that we could guarantee that those are in place. I think because of the accelerated schedules for the Catholic schools and others, that because of their timing, some of them chose to go ahead and purchase those supplies where they could find them, and that's probably at smaller volumes, of course, to be able to get that early start done. But for us, with the volume and with the supply chain that we're looking at, We have vendors who say, yes, we have these available, but they won't be in for 30 days. Or we have this available, but it's at a really high price. I mean, there's a lot of things that go into the procurement process that we need to weigh as we try to get a competitive price, but also meet the timing issues. The other thing is we've been working with the federal government to try to work through FEMA and others to get supplies in, and that's been another pathway we've been exploring. But I think the challenge in procurement is just being able to get available supplies in the amounts that we need at a good price. And I've been on calls every day to monitor where we are at this point, and I'm confident that we'll get the essentials in no later than the 12th, but hopefully some of them will be in earlier than that, and we'll get them out to the schools as soon as we get them in.
Okay, but at the end of the day, if they are not in by the 17th, then there's a possibility that school could be delayed.
The board has given me the flexibility to ensure that we keep our students and employees safe, and part of that is ensuring that the supplies are ready for the first day of class. And so if they aren't in, and we're looking at August 12th as a key date for some of the things that we're expecting, then we're going to have to make a decision about whether it's safe to open.
Right.
Ultimately, face masks are really key. The cleaning and disinfecting supplies are really key. And then there's other things that we've also purchased, the temperature scans as well, making sure we have the temperature, the thermometers, thermal scanners in place so we can do the temperature checks. There are things like plexiglass and other things that are on order. Whether or not they will be essential to open is, they're not as essential as the face masks and other things that are required under public health. So, but we will try to get all of those in by the 12th.
John, so if there is going to be another delay in the reopening of schools because of the delay of these supplies come in, when would we know about it? Just so we can kind of set in our mind a date to check up on you. And it's not going to be like on the 16th, right?
Well, I think, what I've been doing is trying to check in with the media on a weekly basis, around the same time on Wednesday. So, again, because of the situation and the uniqueness of the situation, I'm hoping that we can all be flexible, that our parents and our students can be flexible. And I'm sure they would agree with us that if we need to push back the start of the school year, it's probably better to do it if we don't have the safety supplies. At this point, again, we're not recommending a delay. We still are on target for the August 17th start of classes. And then we're just daily monitoring the progress in vendors, coming in for the procurement and finalizing, those processes so we can get the supplies in. So if we know ahead of time that something's not going to be available and can make that decision, then we'll make sure the media knows as soon as.
But so those PPEs and those supplies are for the students, because you mentioned earlier that August 7th was when teachers and staff were going to start coming in. So they're just going to be wearing their own
right.
PPE.
At this point, we're asking for them to use their own face mask, but we intend to purchase everything to supply them for the duration of the year. And as soon as the supplies come in, we're not going to hoard them and stage them and then get them all out to the schools at once. Once we get the supplies in, we're going to, they'll just be delivered, and we'll distribute them to the schools as soon as we get them, so that they can have them as soon as possible.
Right. So Tim Fidenko, when he was on with the Guam Federation of Teachers, and he had said he had heard that, there's a warehouse or a gym or something like that has these boxes and boxes of PPEs. That's not necessarily accurate.
Tim has my number. You can call me to verify that. I haven't heard of a warehouse. I haven't heard of any warehouse with PPE, at least not a DOE warehouse.
Right. Yeah.
There's a vendor out there that has supplies, and they're part of the procurement process. They'll have to go through the procurement process, and then hopefully there are available supplies of everything we need that we can get immediately.
We do have a question from one of our online viewers, and they're asking, how is the Guam Department of Education addressing the educational needs for the one-to-one aid for children with disabilities?
So basically, I guess a short answer to that is that every parent and student, whether you're in a special education student or not, is presented with options for their child to come in under any one of those three models of learning. And the reason why that's important is because we have a range of opinions and concerns for every parent and every child. So some of them feel my child has to be in school every day, and some parents are going to say my child will never go back to school until there's a vaccine. And that applies to all children and all parents, that there's just a wide range of opinions. So the first thing that the parents need to do is kind of think about what model of learning will work best for their student. The second issue is, basically the services that are provided to allow students to access the curriculum are conducted through the framework of an individualized education plan. And that really requires that the team come together between our professionals, our teachers, our administrators, and the parents to really understand and agree on the services for the student, for that child. And this is done on a case-by-case basis. So in this circumstance, depending on whether the parent is wanting their child to be in school more frequently, maybe than otherwise, or have them service at home, that would dictate, the services that are provided. I will say that there are parents or families who've asked about whether one-to-one aids will be provided to support their child at their homes, and that's something that we have not yet considered as an effective and type of support. It just raises a lot of issues about liability for those employees concerns about being outside the school facility at someone's private residence. But those one-to-one aides will still be allowed to work at the school level to assist with the lessons. If there's any, if it's online, they'll be able to assist, virtually. But it's just going to be different this year than it has been in the past. And we're still trying to figure a lot of it out. But it's going to be on a case-by-case basis, depending on the disability, depending on the supports that are needed, and depending on whether the parent feels comfortable having the child at school versus at home.
Right, but have you heard from parents though who have children with special needs that they do want their child to do face-to-face?
Yes, we've heard from a wide range. So just a couple of weeks ago, we had a whole evening session just dedicated to parents in our SPED program, and we want to do more of that because we really know that there are a lot of concerns out there. But we do have parents who have requested having their students not just there on an alternating schedule, but being able to be there as part of every cohort. So basically there for the entire week, face-to-face. Now maybe it will be in a special education room and not in the main classroom or some other type of accommodation at school, but there are requests to do that, level of face-to-face for some students. And then some other parents are saying, my child is medically vulnerable and we don't feel comfortable having that child at school. Now they're at home online, and there's a lot more pressure on the parents than to not to deliver instruction at the home. And then again, the limitations on having employees, there to support that child at home. That's some of the things that we have to work through.
John, a couple questions here.
Sure.
One of them is, and I'm sure you get this a lot, we see it in the comments, playgrounds, recess, social distancing. How is the department going to address that? And I'm sure you've gotten this question a million times, right?
Well, ultimately, there's one thing, we're guided by CDC and public health guidelines, and public health guidelines actually recommend that outdoor recreational areas be utilized to the extent that they can. So when you talk about playgrounds and being outdoors, that actually is more of a recommendation that because you're outside in a larger area, instead of an enclosed classroom, that might be better if you're able to accommodate students, whether it's to take a class outdoors and have your class outdoors, or to just provide time outside and give them a break from the classroom setting. So that is a recommendation. On the other hand, we still are enforcing the face masks and the social distancing and so forth. So what we did is we laid down those expectations, but every school is different. So every school is going to have to map out exactly how they're going to abide by those parameters at their particular facility. So we are relying on the principals and the staff to work through how they would plan to do it. Now, what's good about the situation is that we only expect at this point, let's say we look at an elementary school, the largest elementary school in terms of the kids coming to class is about 280 students at a school that's going to be probably around 1,000 students or 900 students. So you're going to have a third of the students saying that we want to go, but then you're dividing that group into three because of the alternating schedule. So you'll probably have around 70, 80 students coming in at any one time on any day, and then divided by classroom. So when we start the school year out, we're not going to be starting at these large numbers. There'll be smaller numbers of students, and we're going to be reinforcing safety precautions, hand washing, social distancing, face masks. And it's going to take some time to make sure that everybody gets used to the routine, but we're hoping that this will be an opportunity to reinforce those safe practices with the smaller numbers. So I don't want parents to think that the entire school is coming back or even half of the school is coming back. We're really talking about almost 1/6, on average of the school population being back at school at one time. And that gives us some comfort in being able to keep our kids safe.
And I think what's driving a lot of these playground questions is you're right. People in their mind visualizing the traditional pre-COVID recess chaos, and that's not going to happen. You're right. So there's so few kids coming that we can social distance more than adequately. John, I had another, not really a question, but and this is just something, I mean, even before COVID, we've all heard from the teachers who have to buy their own supplies. I've just got a message from a couple, well, one teacher and then a significant other of another, talking about teachers having to buy their own sanitizing supplies, the wipes, Clorox, disinfectants. And I mean, I know it's accurate, but is the department doing anything? Is there any CARES Act funding available for these types of purchases?
Well, actually, part of the supplies that we're providing, all those cleaning supplies, the hand sanitizers, the face masks, are for the employees and the students. So hopefully by next week, we'll have all of those at the schools to be able to supply for all the classrooms. Okay. So the teachers need to make sure that they are in close touch with their administrators so they will understand exactly what is being provided. Obviously, if you want to provide more than is being provided at the school level, then you have the option to do it. If you feel that or you like different masks or you prefer a different sanitizer, that's up to the teacher. But we will be providing those supplies, and the administrators will get by next week we'll understand exactly what's at the school level,
right?
And that'll at least be the basis for the protective supplies that we're purchasing.
So basically, if you teachers want lavender scented Clorox wipes or anything like bougie type sanitation thing, that's out of pocket. All right.
Right. Well, again, we're purchasing from vendors through our procurement process, and we've laid out the specs for what's needed, and so that what we purchase will end up being throughout all of our schools. Right. But if you prefer a certain kind of face mask, you like your own face mask at home, you can feel free to utilize that. But we are providing a supply that will be for the employees and the students. So if the teachers aren't aware of that at this point, again, a call to your administrators to clarify that. And then in addition, we are providing around $2 million to support our schools in purchasing some of the basic instructional and school supplies that sometimes might go out in a list to parents. Please, buy an extra, box of tissues or notebooks or things like that. We're wanting to kind of ease the burden on the teachers and the students with some of this CARES money. So that will be allocated to the schools for them to meet with their teachers, determine what needs to be purchased, and then move forward to go ahead and purchase those supplies.
Mm-hmm. John, I just wanted to go back real quickly to the special education needs and the one-to-one school aids. When are you going to be making some final decisions on the services that GDOE is going to be able to provide? You mentioned the one-to-one school aids and the possibility that they may be deployed to the households of students with special needs. But when is the final plan going to be and decisions made?
Right. So again, all of these decisions are going to be driven by the IEP processes and the collaboration between the parents and the schools. So that communication needs to occur. I've been on emails and I've seen some of that communication already starting between the families and special education and the schools to revisit the services that are being provided, and at that point determine exactly what services will be in place. Once it's in an IEP, we're obligated to provide those services. So it's really important that it be done and it be agreed upon by all involved. Even though we do have one-to-one school aids, I can't say that they are or are not going to be used in any particular kind of way until I understand, which students are requesting the aids, what they agree on in terms of what services and supports can be provided. I just know that there are going to be some of the harder questions that we're going to have to we're probably not going to be resolving, anytime soon, relative to doing online learning and having the support of a school aide, out at your residence. That's probably something that we're going to have to be very careful about looking at and developing. So some of those particular requests, we kind of know off the top might be very difficult to even to come to agreement on. But there are a whole host of other supports in between that we need to make sure are being discussed on a child-by-child basis. Right. So it depends on the schools and the parents setting up a time to work through those issues and come to some type of agreement on how to handle this year.
Right. No, it's just good to hear that these discussions are happening so that no child really is left behind.
Ooh, I like how you did that.
Okay.
No child left behind, adequate education.
No, it is a challenge. I mean, it's a challenge this year. I mean, nationally, it's going to be a national challenge. But I think we really benefited from the Zoom conversation we had a couple weeks ago with our families, our parents of students with disabilities, and we promised them to have regular meetings, even if it's done in that way, so we can kind of ensure that we're hearing any of the progress or frustration through this process. So that's our commitment to those families, and we'll push that out through the schools, make sure everyone knows when those are taking place.
Nice. And John, so this is our standing Wednesday 8:20 Zoom interview, and we'll catch you in a week here on the link on the breeze. Thank you so much, John, for all your hard work and for the access.
Thank you guys for the early entertainment too. That was wonderful. Thanks, Sabrina.
Wash your hands and your thumbs. 8:54. Hey, we got to take just a really quick break, and we're going to come back and break bread with Jigo Mayor Rudy Mantanani right before we get into KUAM's Decision 2020. On the link, it's The Breeze. Good morning.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
We got your 6
at 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
When you want to make the most of your time, waiting in line.
Good morning, Guam. 8:57. Let's go up to the land of the gigolos and the gigolettes. Sabrina's hometown.
I guess my hometown.
Oh, sorry. Mayor Rudy Mantanani of Jigo, outgoing Mayor Rudy Mantanani. Good morning, Mayor.
Good morning. How are you doing?
Well, I'm just, wow, you're on a Zoom. This is cool.
You know, I thought that Mr. John Fernandez was going to be talking to us because I got a question that I want to ask him, a very important one.
Uh-oh.
But maybe I can just ask on the air, huh?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, one of my questions, you know, ever since I started campaigning to be a mayor, you know, one of the things that I really wanted to do as much as I can is to support the kids. You know what? Saying that, I hope that I'm wrong about my question. You know, I really think that, and I don't know if their plans are to bring back the kids to school. I really think that that's a bad idea. You know, it would be a good idea if all of them that's going to be there in the campuses, and how many schools are there on the island, private and government. I really think that it's dangerous to do that. You know, unless everybody that's going to be coming to school grounds are tested. But let me tell you, just one person there that's infected can do a lot of damage that we can regret for the rest of our lives.
And I know a lot of people out there share your concerns,
I hope
Mayor.
that I'm wrong.
Yeah, I hope so
What's
too.
that?
I know a lot of people out there share your concerns, Mayor. You know, we ran really behind, but we wanted to bring you on to kind of discuss the points that you had raised during that public hearing. I think it was last week, and there was a little exchange between you and Vice Speaker Talina Nelson. Have you spoken to the Vice Speaker since then, Mayor? Are you guys hug it out?
No. Chris, you know what? I want everybody to know that I love Talina, okay?
Okay.
And those things were just something that happens, you know, when there's a little disagreement, and it just caught me at the wrong time. But I have nothing against Senator Talina Nelson. Nothing. It was just a misunderstanding, you know. What I said, okay, is I really don't think that is the issue that we should talk about, because that issue about gambling has been going on. And this has nothing to do with Talina. This is what I think. It's been going on, and I know about people losing their houses and all that, but, you know, I've been told by people that I love to mind my own business when I talk to them about gambling. The issues at hand that we should be attending to is the stray dogs, and this is just my opinion, because I got a lot of problems with stray dogs in Jigo and the trash. And that's it. I have nothing against Talina.
Right, yeah.
And I you know, and I hope that she hears this, and I hope that we make just bygones be bygones, and that was just a total misunderstanding.
Right on, Mayor.
I love Talina. In my opinion, I think she's doing a good job, and I hope that she continues.
Amen. That's
And you know, I'll keep saying that I'm sorry about what happened, because that was just something that, you know, was bound to happen. You know,
because you're passionate. I get it. Yeah,
when you're passionate.
Yeah. Mayor, and I want to get you back on as we get closer to the end of your term, but you know, we're doing these candidate forums with Decision 2020, and you as a prominent, outgoing mayor of you know, one of the biggest, the second biggest village on the island, what would your advice be to those people seeking either mayor or vice mayor office, as someone who's been there, done that?
My advice to everyone, I don't care what village it is to listen to your residents. But you cannot always do what they want. Because, you know, that's something that I hold to my heart, okay? Helping the people that need help. And it's always been my passion to help the people that need help, because that's what we're there for. We're there to lead them. We're there to make sure that they get help when they want it as much as we can. But, you know, as you know, the budgets with the government, you know, it's not that fine.
All right, Mayor.
Right. Oh, what?
I hate to cut you off, but we got to get into our decision 2020. Mayor, now I know you know how to do the Zoom. We're going to bring you on up earlier in the morning because you did your hair and you got your nice shirt on. And no, I know you're always spot. I know you're always spot.
Hey, you know, I see the speaker on the side there. Is that you, Madam Speaker? Hi, how you doing? Good to see you.
Hi. Banana Sizzle is fine. Thank you, Mayor.
Banana Sizzle. Thank you for leading our people, ma'am. God bless you.
Hey, we're just gonna go home. You could finish out the show
go ahead,
with
Mary.
the decision.
You want to interview the candidates? Wow, that'd be great.
Okay.
I'm
We're
serious.
good.
All right, thanks.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you. Have a nice day. Be safe.
SA, we'll bring you on again early next week. We'll catch up.
Yeah, please come on up to the beautiful village of Jigo.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Mayor.
Take care.
That's
God bless.
wash your hands and your thumbs. Jigo Mayor Rudy Matanati. Man, you know, we just went way over with Dr. Manglotnia from Public Health because there was just so much information with his recent surge of positives. And man, once you go over with one, it just boom, 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 cascades. So apologize to the mayor there for not being able to give him more time. But let's do it now. It is 9:03. We're KUAM FM, Agatni, Guam. This is The Link with Sabrina Salas Mantanani. My name is Chris. It's all proudly brought to you by Polka, IT&E, and Calvo Enterprises. Yes, election season is in progress, and that's why we are bringing you KUAM News' Decision 2020, where we interview candidates on their stances and issues ahead of the primary election. And our candidate slate for this morning, we have Speaker Tina Munia Barnes, Republican newcomer Vince Borja, incumbent Senator Jose Pito Terlahi, and Republican newcomer Don Edculani. That's coming up here in Decision 2020. 9:04. Let's go ahead and start the clock and bring on Speaker Tina Munia Barnes onto the show. Of course, the Speaker seeking another term, and we'll just go ahead and start there. Speaker, we'll give you the floor maybe for an open. Why do you think people should reelect Speaker Tina Munia Barnes to the next Guam legislature?
Si Juis Masi, Chris, and Manana Si Juis to you and Sabrina and to the listening audience out there. Chris, I have the passion. I have the heart. Our people are still hurting. And I know that I am a great facilitator. I want to continue to make a difference. I may not be a fan for some, but I want you to know that I never quit. If there is an issue, no matter how tough it is, I will follow it through. I will facilitate it through until we get the complete answers. And I think that as a testament to what we've done for our greatest generation, to give them what is rightfully deserving of them, I think I just want to say, for the freedoms we live today, because we were able to be free, because our scientists have suffered the atrocities of World War II. But closing the chapter for them and continuing to be the voice for those who still haven't gotten compensated. Chris and Sabrina, I continue to have my doors open to each and every one of them. I want to continue to bring relationships within the Blue Continent, our brothers and sisters within Micronesia, and I want to be able to keep Guam safe. As we look at trying to rebrand our island, have it cleaner, greener, healthier, I want to make sure that the protocols are in place in as far as the safety. So you know what? I've never stopped, whether people agreed with me or not. We have to test. And I guess based on Dr. Manglonia's comments, I think testing is key to helping protect and put the protocols in place for our community. Mm-hmm. And I give you my heart. I don't have any vested interest but our people of Guam, and I give you my heart.
Speaker, so, you know, one of the recurring themes that we're seeing in this election is the checks and balances between the different branches of government, and the Republicans, man, they're coming hard, and they're throwing hands on you and your Democratic supermajority, saying that you guys have failed to police your own party, and calling Governor Lulian Guerrero and Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenoria's administration out on, you know, just pretty much everything is what they're saying. So how would you address those very valid concerns that people have about the Democratic supermajority, of which you are the lead in the legislature, just not doing enough to promote the transparency and accountability that a lot of people think we need from this administration.
Chris and Sabrina, information is key. And though we can agree to disagree on issues that are on hand, we need to make sure that we keep our people alive. This is an invisible war that nobody has ever asked for. And every day information is changing. And it is our responsibility to bring the information out to our community. It is our responsibility to look for resources out there. It is our responsibility to keep the communication with the administration. It is the legislature that provides policy. It is the executive branch that executes. And if there's a differences of opinion, that's why there's a third branch of government. But we must be key. We may not always agree, but let us agree to disagree. And I'm saying that it is very, very, very important that we take the time to listen to our people. I am on conferences with the speaker, with the administration every week. I go on the weekly meetings with Uncle Sam and with the federal government. And let me tell you, bringing information and then getting solidified that resources are coming down our way, and we continue to have to look for that. But it has to be a collaborated effort. We shouldn't pit one against each other, is because together, when we do things together, we can overcome the ordeals that we have today. But we cannot keep pitting one against the other.
I'm sorry, Speaker. Did you answer the question about whether or not? Well, let me just rephrase it. Do you believe that the Democratic supermajority under your leadership has done what's necessary to hold the Democratic administration accountable?
Definitely. We've held them accountable. We've had oversight hearings. I myself, as the oversight chair on accountability, have had information hearings with the administration. Every oversight in this legislature, from health, labor, education, public safety, health, education, safety, have had oversight hearings, information hearings. And let me tell you, Chris and Sabrina, it is important that the information gets out to our community. And we need to be able to work together. And yes, we've held them accountable. And yes, we continue to ask and request when there is a need. And yes, we need to look at opportunities and resources that are not within, because we shouldn't take from Peter to pay Paul. We have to find new opportunities out there. And we have to even go back to the basics. And we have to look at working with our community residents on literally going back to the basics. Yes, we need to do all of that. But holding the administration accountable is key. And that's what we've been doing with all these informational hearings, with all these public hearings that we continue to have. And I think that the legislature has done a good job. You know, we may agree to disagree in as far as the party affiliation, but I have been really open and working bipartisan support with our colleagues in the legislature, and from working into getting cameras, into working at opportunities for working with wholesalers with Senator Jim Moylan, with working having bipartisan support with Senator Mary Torres, and working with our customs to protect our borders, working to include and reciprocate and bring nurses into our community. These are all key, but we need to be able to share the information and be public with what we do. And I think this legislature has done a very fair job. We have brought parity to this table.
Speaker, I had a question actually from someone in the legislature about session, and I wonder this kind of too. What is up with all the recesses called?
You know, when individuals have an opportunity to ask legal for advice or counsel, when there is an opportunity to have colleagues work together and make amendments, or I think it's important that they be afforded the time so that they can work their concerns out. And recess has always been a tool to help our colleagues negotiate how they can make a bill become better. If Chris and Sabrina, if our colleagues are not ready on a bill that they have, it's important that if they have ideas from other colleagues that can strengthen the bill or make it better, I think that opportunity should be afforded to them.
Right.
As you know, in the past, when we were in recess, we completely, literally went off live stream. But nowadays, when we are in recess, everything stays open so that you can see our colleagues working on whatever issue we have on the floor.
I wish we could hear
how we can get the affirmative to move forward.
Speaker, under your leadership, we've had the minority leader on, and I've seen it. We all saw it during COVID when the session was just live for everyone to see. Talking about people's mics getting cut off, people getting cut off when they're talking, minority senators just not being given the time of day, and all this under your watch. How would you address people and even your colleagues' concerns about just the pettiness and the lack of decorum that we have just seen all too often in the legislature under your speakership?
Chris, it's really important to know that I don't have control over the mics. I definitely don't. And I need you to know that there is a process that the presiding officer must upkeep when discussions are being done. There are provisions in the standing rules that give an opportunity for a colleague to speak. And if someone is out of order, I must be able to adhere to the guidelines. And yes, we can get very, very passionate about how things get facilitated. But the important key for the presiding officer is to make sure that there is peace, collaboration, and if there is something that is in violation of the standing rules or the rules that are presented, the Mason's rules, then I have to be able to call that to order. And you know what? I believe in my heart that I've been very fair in affording the opportunity for all my colleagues to be given the opportunity to speak on the issues, whether it be passionate or heartfelt. I think I've given that fair parity on the floor.
Speaker, you said a lot about transparency, bipartisanship, working together. But, we haven't heard a lot, and some of your colleagues have also sent out press releases about this, about the budget. I mean, this is serious times we're dealing with, and we haven't, even us in the media, haven't heard a lot about what is the latest revenue projection. I mean, obviously, we're not going to be dealing with a $1 billion budget for next fiscal year.
Sabrina, thank you for asking that question. I think it's really important that as I was working closely with the OFB chairperson and him giving the presentation to all the senators and him asking that we call a session for the budget a little bit earlier, I guess 4 days earlier from how we started last year. I think it was important. We are in a time where this pandemic was unprecedented. This is an issue that nobody has asked for. Things have flattened. We need to look at alternatives. We need to look at our resources that are coming in. And I think that the request from the oversight chair of OFB is justification enough to at least start 4 days early. And as we continue to get information on a daily basis, I think starting 4 days early is good enough. I don't know if you guys know that in the past, a budget did not have to be submitted to the administration until September 30th for the new fiscal year. In the last couple of terms, the statute has changed, and we as a legislative body have to submit a budget by August 30th.
Right.
So yes, it is very important that we start on the budget now. And normally June, July, and August is reserved time for the chairman of OFB to go through all the public hearings for budget and to hear from all the agencies and all the groups out there that need to present and justify why they need the resources from the general fund.
Speaker, I was at a Mayor's Council of Guam meeting. You were there. Senator Pito Terlahi was there. And one of the things that I think it was Mayor Rudy Matsanani who mentioned about the unfairness about the budgets that the mayors get in terms of everybody gets the same amount. And they also all get the same amount of staffers. And that was from Mayor Paco from MTM. And right. And is that something that you plan on addressing in the next term if elected?
Thank you very much, Sabrina, for that question. I want to share with you that this issue in reference to the proportion of the funding that gets to the mayors has been an issue that has been around since I was in the 27th Guam legislature, which was in 2002 and 3 and 4. I want to share with you that the resolution that has come to play on that was looking at the mileage of land within the specific village. That was one of the compromises that were talked about, looking at the demarcations of how big or how small a village was. And again, time after time after time, I've asked the mayors, share with me how you would bring to the table the parity from those big villages like Dedido, Jigo, Barragata to the smaller villages in the southern area.
Speaker,
And
I just wanna,
everybody talked about being fair.
We have a
It is
minute.
a decision that the mayors have to make, and I want to continue to facilitate that for them.
Okay.
There are a lot of things that have changed as far as what their desires are on how distributions are handed out. We, in the past, through my authorship, has worked with them on the non-appropriated funds, worked with them on having village fairs, gave them ordinances to administer oaths, and even to do marriages so that they can have resources that are put into their coffers. So I think that it's a collaboration of all the mayors.
Speaker, sorry, you have 20 seconds to just wrap it up because we've got to move on to our next candidate. But we're going to get you on again after the primary.
Right.
No worries, Sabrina and Chris. When Uncle and Jesus Masi for giving me this opportunity. Our people of Guam have a very special gift, a powerful gift of vote. I humbly ask that you consider me. I'm number 11 on the Democrat side. I give you my heart. I give you my hard work and my passion to be your public servant in the 36th Guam legislature. So when Duncan and si Jesus Masi, KUAM, and our listening audience, more important, God bless each and every one of you. Sana Masi.
Thank you, Speaker. All right, 9:20. We'll keep it going and stay in the Zoom room with our next candidate, Republican candidate for the Senator Vince Borja, kind of looking like Michael St. Nicholas's dinga. I mean, look at that. I see it. Well, Vince.
Good morning, Sabrina and Chris.
Good morning.
Hey, good morning.
This morning.
Right on this.
But you're not the first person to said that. I don't think I look like Mike St. Nicholas, but
let's just start there.
Feelings, though, Chris, that you put me. It hurts my feelings that you kind of put me in the same category as Mike St. Nicholas.
No. He's saying that you look like him. He didn't say you act like him.
And let's just start there, man. Vince, let's just start there as a Republican candidate for senator. Where are you kind of chiming in on this congressional race that's going on? And being new to party politics, how's this been for you?
So truthfully, it takes when I just the way things are going between Underwood and Mike St. Nicholas, it reminds me of so I helped run the youth committee for Angel Santos and Jose Terlahi when they ran for governor in 1998, and it's panning out to be that type of election, because I remember just all the punches that what was it? I think Tom and Lou, it was Angel Santos and Jose Terlahi, and it was a very 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 dirty election. And so for me, that it just brings me back to that day. It was fun, don't get me wrong, but I think that I guess for me it's more we talk about transparency and accountability all the time, and I think that's the message from one side of the party, and so I agree with it, and so we hope that that's something I guess Mike can hash out, but yeah, it really does, it's interesting to watch, and I think Guam, that's they call politics the sport of Guam, so that's my take on it. It really does just bring me back to those days, and so I like to grab my popcorn when the press conferences come out and hear what they have to say.
I'm right there with you, Vincent. I think that's I used to host those HITA rallies, so I think that's a pretty interesting common ground.
So you were
A
participating?
Democrat.
Yeah, a Democrat, and you're running Republican now.
So that was my next question. How the hell did you go from supporting Angel Santos and Pito Terlahi? I mean, this is as like pro-Chamorro left as you can go, to running for senator as a Republican and holding hands with Jim Moylan. It's like a 180 to me.
Well, I mean, I think the values are still there. I started with Chamorro Nation, of course. Camped out at Adaloop with the Chamorro Nation. Always been a supporter of that, and help with the push for Angel Santos. But I think how I ended up moving over, I wouldn't even call it moving over or switching over to the Republican side, is for me, right, coming from my humble beginnings and where I grew up, where I came from in life, and going and looking at ways to create opportunities so that I can live a better life compared to what I came from. I just always, it taught me to be very conservative, and it also taught me that the government is not. When you allow the government to hold your hand, I guess is what we'll call it. And I'm not saying that's what the Democrats do, but at the same time, for me, it's more about how can the government help me be independent, right? Versus how can the government help me and hold my hand. So I think that's where I lean a little. I lean more to the right, I guess, as in my political views. And and so that's kind of how, when I decided to, when I talked about running and looking and made the decision, I really, I guess that's kind of what I had to look at. And that's how I ended up, I'm a
and I think it was,
as well.
Was it probably
so it helps.
part two, a perfect storm where the Republicans needed some candidates to fill out their slate. Vince, I did some stories on you when you were working at the University of Guam in terms of you maybe possibly campaigning a little early, but I mean, that's not the issue I want to bring up. I kind of want to bring up that when I asked people about you, because I didn't know anything about you other than you used to do Toastmasters, but when I asked people about you, you talk about the humble beginnings. That's kind of what I got. I spoke to someone who was very close to your family, and they had talked about your upbringing, man, and I got to say that it kind of sounded like a lot of people I know's upbringing is that. And so can we talk about that? Because we're hearing this too much. People out here are running for senator talking about their humble beginnings and they went to academy or whatever. You know what I mean? So I want to just, how humble are your beginnings?
Well, I was raised by my grandmother primarily. My mom was around, but my grandmother was my guardian, I guess. My dad was here and there. But my dad was caught up in drugs. In fact, when I was a senior in high school, my dad passed away. Drugs, and so that, and then just, my grandma raised me on public assistance. I learned the public transit system or the mass transit system back in high school because I wanted to, I was a runner. I ran away all the time. I mean, I lived on the streets a couple of days as a teenager. My dad's sisters pretty much were pretty much more like my mom because my grandma was mean, raised from during the post-war and just her upbringing, so she was very tough. And just coming from that and even thinking back on days where honestly, I would come home from school and be starving and hungry and not sure whether or not I was gonna have dinner that night. But coming from that, house to house with my dad's family members. And then, I think I turned my life around when I think it was like, for those who don't know, I actually did 5 years in high school. one of those years I really wasn't there because I was always skipping. And it took for me to get arrested actually when I was in 9th grade for skipping school, got caught at Matapang Beach, and they went to court, and when the judge said, if you don't go to school, I'm going to put you in jail. And having family members who were in and out of jail, I didn't want to do that. And so I went to different schools. Actually, I went to, at the time, there was only Southern High, GW Sanchez, did that. Turned my life around. I think my 3rd year in high school, graduated. My dad passed away because of drugs. I felt, because I'm the oldest of my siblings, and then again, it's my siblings with my dad, not my dad and my mom. And so I thought I needed to do something to help my grandmother financially, because it was still public assistance. And that was at the time when welfare was kind of, GovGuam wasn't paying for welfare anymore. So I joined the Army. And I think, for me, did I really want to join the Army? No, but it was probably the best thing that I did to help my grandmother. And it helped pay for my education. I was able to get a bachelor's degree and 2 master's degrees. I'm currently working on my doctorate's degree. So when we talk about humble beginnings, I grew up poor. And so to go from that to where I am today, I think that's one thing that we need to bring, not that experience, but I think that we need to bring that connection that we need and how we serve and how we introduce policy, because I think that that's where the disconnection is and how we're moving Guam forward. Because I definitely don't want our generation, our children, to be forced to make the decision I had to make when I was that age, which was to work entry-level jobs or join the military. I think people should join the military because it's their calling and they want to serve and they want to do, they want to serve Guam and they want to serve America, but not because there's no opportunity for Guam, or they have to work 2 or 3 jobs. Like most people work 2 or 3 jobs and still not be able to get health insurance. So most look to the military, and that's, we brag about how we have the highest enlistment rate per capita, but it's a good thing, when we demand for services and when we demand for the federal government to help us out. But that says a lot for what we've done to prepare our island for our past generations and as we move forward for generations to come.
Vince, it's, when you talk about that disconnect, right? As someone, humble beginnings, you grew up poor, but when we asked about you running as a Republican, you had mentioned that you don't think that the government should be out here holding people's hands. That being said, and I share very common, beginnings with you. I know that not everybody is someone like you or, has the ability to pick themselves up. So at what point do you think the government is kind of responsible for holding people's hands? Because God knows we don't want to just bat their hand away and, leave them down there and say, hey, Vince did it. What's your problem?
So I think primarily, as a government, I think that we provide, when you look at all the problems and you look at it all ties down to one thing, right? The economy. And for me, it's how do we create a community where their crime rates are down, where people are making decent wages. We have a good economy, right? A good economy. You look at this, and I can speak from experience when we talk about a lot of the socioeconomic status or the socioeconomic problems. We look at their opportunity. What opportunity do they have, right? And that's this, one of the problems. And then you also got to look at mental health, right? Because when I worked with WestCare and did a lot of worked with some of the social programs there, right? We talked to a lot of the teens. When you look at suicide, right, it's coping. When you look at the veteran issues in suicide, it's how are they coping? When you look at the drug addicts or the crime offenders, right, it's usually tied to drugs. And for me, I think we need to look at how we're teaching people to cope or what programs are out there. And I think a lot of that has to do with education. And I think that's the role the government can play versus when we identify there's a problem, right? It's, well, what program or where can we find money to create a program that's going to fix that problem, right? We need to implement more forward thinking and look at ways. So we look at the root of the problem and look at ways. And we understand that. I understand that you can't, there's not going to be a one fixed solution that's going to make the problem go away, but it's what can we do that's going to have an effect, over the long term versus what can we do now to get them the help, right? Because when I was trying to understand recidivism on Guam, and you look at there's programs to get these people back out into the community. having people close to me who went through that program and got out and went and got jobs, I think there's a gap that we need to fix there, and the follow up on ensuring that these guys have that that support. So that's what I mean when we talk about, minimal government support, not government support, but we, instead of giving handouts, like how about we give give a hand up, right? And I think that's the role the government plays.
So if elected, if you could just, I guess, what will be name a bill that you plan on introducing?
Well, right now, when I was thinking about that question, because that's a common question, I think for me, I'm on board for a part-time legislature, and those are one of the part-time legislature and roll back the BPT. The BPT is important because when we, with the pandemic now and trying to keep the economy going with what's left, is how do we, what can we do to help these businesses stay in business? And so doing that, but I think what's more important than introducing a bill, you'll hear that all the time, when introduce the bill to do this. I think what we need to look at is what are we doing with our resources? We know right now that obviously the economy is sinking. Government coffers are going to continue to decline. So what can we do to provide the basic services, right, that the government should provide, right, with what we have? So I think it's looking at that and doing a top-down review of the government finances, looking at what resources we have, and then going from there to help improve, to improve what we do and how we govern and how we provide services. And I think that's more important than, for me, when in office is and working with those stakeholders to see how we can provide the basic services without having to make
Vince.
cuts. Right?
You got 30 seconds to close.
I think thank you, Chris and Sabina, for this opportunity. Thank you for the people of Guam for giving me their attention, I think now. But when you look at when it's time to go to the ballot and make your vote, I ask for your support. Just like everybody else, I understand the problems. I've been there. I understand what it's like to be hungry. I understand how it's like to struggle. As a small business owner, I understand the pains right now, especially with the pandemic. So I think I'd like to ask for your vote and your confidence. And if given the opportunity, I hope to bring that voice that has been missing, I think, in the legislature and from our leadership. And so thank you, Chris and Sabina, for this opportunity. And thank you, Guam.
Thank you, Vince. Good luck. 9:35. We'll keep it going in the Zoom room with KUAM News' decision 2020. On the way, we have Republican candidate Don Edkulani. Now we go to incumbent Senator, Democrat Jose Pito Terlayo. Good morning, Senator.
Morning, Chris. Good morning, Sabrina. Thank you very much for the invite.
Of course. Senator, we had brought up Angel Santos and your run here for governor, lieutenant governor with Republican candidate Vince Borja. And so I kind of wanted to start there. Now, as you complete your first term as a senator, do you think that you've done a good job of kind of representing those philosophies and ideas that we saw, way back during the HITA campaign?
Chris, nangkada bay sangna and sinong prometyo di be finut tomorrow sa masok finut tomorrow sa malago manamko no ekung ka pa bay sangan.
Of course.
Menciona ni malalagam jan senju gobierno jan segundo gobierno. Impega ujung hafa mas minalago mami para itauto. Ja impega I posisyon mami geji inagang hita nai. The HITA spirit, honesty, integrity, trust, and accountability. Ja educating and get mami jan siang it. Ja ti mapediam lo en lang no sujung hafa minalago mami para beda juda siya itauto. Pues educating na tumutugyo pago. Ja besangana na be continua en malik chucho jong faisino hafa ibidaw siya gi gwini ane isumini doto. Kulang Guam mas gumuguti mas mege na komite gi government of Guam. Ja todo tempo até tindi hafa finansinya I departamento dan hafa tauto matugi gi jaguaho. Ja taja na eji para be sueta di haju maagango todo maagango gi fisina todo tempo ukukubri hafa I finansinya ja jangintisina uchogi umahna hujung jo fafasin hajisina umajura stina tauto sia. Sizus masi Chris Sabrina sizus masi talo.
Right. Well, you're talking about how, people call you all the time and you try to help them as much as possible. And I asked this to Speaker Tina Munoz Barnes earlier about the meeting that I attended, and you were there, and I believe you might even be oversight over the Mayor's Council of Guam. And what will you do to address the budgets of the mayors, or do you plan on doing anything? Because you've been there, you were a longtime mayor for Jotnya, and Mayor Rudy Matsanani was talking about the inequities, the unfairness of the budgets, and how everybody, each mayor, each village gets the same amount of money to address the problems that are confronting each and every village.
Jesus Masi Sabrina, Jesus Masi neno na questiona, maulig na questiona, lo tatungua na tinahong todo para tasapoti tori financing na salapi gi departamento. Ja do semana na tempo estaba jo gi meeting estaba Fernando que ja mega financinia por necessita tanu gi village por ma nagasca se jo se e grupo de na coxa. Lo tori tempo e dispensa na jangin tisina na todo sa titoro departamento jangin mamaisin este na manigay salapi para hafa manisita pa departamento tisina takubi sa tinahong salapi.
Right. I wanted to ask about drugs, public safety, because you are the oversight chair, and we've seen a number of issues that have come up over the last several months, even prior to COVID. A lot of problems dealing with, for example, the Department of Corrections, and even, your son's name was mentioned in the Jesse Bloss, the former Jotnya mayor's case. I mean, what do you plan on doing if reelected to address these allegations of corruption in our public safety agencies?
Nanggabe sang na ungan mano ju pa Washington DC ma muskwela ju gi una funada ne ji Drug Enforcement Academy. Ane mano ju magi gui na tempo gi 1970 and duro heroin manalo. O aplica tori tiningo jo aplica hafa mas malik para bechogi para lupuna Inglaterra by eradicate ja pabena paras na bineno ni manahalong. Ja besanganyo Sabrina na para. Ja liliko na idurantin should be shoko gi Guam Police Department in Narcotics Division Guahu mumanenya muna i operation in Narcotics Division. Ja megay na bineno in seda. Ja na para na bineno gi 1970 itu siya heroin, hashish, and of course siya ina para. Sa u aplika hi hafa mas maulik jan ligat na klasin servicio para baitsowe. Ja hunga wana mafaisno hafa mas dangklo na problema pago na tempo. Ililiko na ekonomiya mas dangklo na tempo. Sanya esti COVID-19 sanya hafa siya ta susesedi ni dangklun kriminal aktividad sama sangana na hafa na unamenta i numeron i policeman i Department of Public Safety jelilinga na hafa na mas mege policeman pagu ja mas taklo i kriminal na aktividad so leliko na tikumikilinga na leliko na todo siya i policeman ita peka halom mas mege policeman echo na so sudah siya kriminal man marirista siya edu kilo na malalang sujung na kriminalidad aktividad ini kita jajan sana mental i-drop ka ane mafaisino hafay mandana ililiku jangginay pa maplika ipiridal na salapi Japon usa mandana ti makomprendi nezo siya lago i Congreso na Amerika dan haji siya gilago ni sina mana posible muna di salapi pata chogi chichota kumu tanapara i amun humalong jajo na liliku anay antes di makonfirma si Steven Ignacio i director liko hafa na tun fananaan i jomu Narcotics Enforcement Narcotics Enforcement Unit. Basta mausay imandana sa tima comprendi gilago jagwaho tungo na nigi jang tima comprendi ni tao toy julago. Sempre gana bana makwestiona hafay juko mekilinga.
Yeah, I am not understanding everything that you said, and I don't think a lot of our viewers that are watching and listening on Facebook understand everything that you said. So if you could just speak in English, Senator, what do you plan on doing?
Sangan palo if in English, sangan palo if in tomorrow. Sa edging na Francozo commentos if in tomorrow, the complete in a soko if in tomorrow. Zamalago ni manamko no makumpendi hafay leliko. Jangin leling mo na pabe kwentos if in English, ungan be sangan palo if in English. Lo dispensado.
Oh, no. You know, that's fine. I understand that we want our Manamka to understand what you're saying, but there are also, you know, younger voters out there that may not understand.
Sige na Sabrina na tanesita maplika finota do makumpendi. Sige usasangan.
Okay.
Dajang kiti makumpendi finota umaspen pena do makumpendi sa sige nila lata mo na. Y para ta comprende finota y mas met good kumuhita na tomorrow. Ifinota must be good.
Okay.
Jesus
Well, I don't think it makes me any less chamorro that I don't understand everything that you're saying, sir. So again, if you could speak in English for other people that are listening, what do you plan on doing to address concerns about public safety, about the island's drug problem, about corruption, alleged corruption within our public safety community?
Let me just say this in English that, you know, the enforcement, the techniques of enforcement in narcotics is very, very much sophisticated. And you just don't go out. The most effective procedure in narcotics is to intercept narcotics is probably the use of sniffing dogs. And they were saying that this high resolution that we have right now can detect the drugs inside the container, but I don't think so. I think the dogs is a better thing to do. And there's other techniques that I cannot put out in as far as drug enforcement is concerned, because I don't want those users and pushers out there to know what we do as narcotic agents. So that's what I'm saying. I know technical things about the intercepting of drugs on island. And, you know, they were saying that the crime has gone up. And I would say that we've done a lot to increase the numbers of police officers. And they were saying that the crime has gone up. That is because they're intercepting the criminal activities out there. That's why it's high, because it's being reported. Less police officer, less, arrest that is made.
All right. Thank you, Senator Terlahi. What else do you plan on focusing on if reelected into the 36th Guam legislature?
Sabrina, let me just say that, you know, my passion has always been to venture into public service, because the only one way that we can really address the needs of the people and the government, more specifically program services and finances, is usually instituted through the bills. And that's why I ventured into running for senator, because I want to make life, I want to promote the quality of life for our people on this island.
Okay.
And that's why I ran for senator.
All right. Well, do you have any closing comments that you'd like to make?
I just want to say that I want to thank you and Chris for allowing us to come out and share our thoughts on things on the issues that we have on this island. And you know, I'm going to continue. I'm going to continue working hard, and I've been working hard. I put in so many popular bills that really is helping with the solving of crime, with the increase of people in our agencies, especially law enforcement. I'm doing that, and I'm trying to do my best. All the issues that comes to me, if I cannot do it, I look for somebody that can help me out.
All right. Thank you, Senator Terlahi. Best of luck to you in the
Thank you.
You're already
Thank you,
making it through to the general. So
because this is a good program that you guys are putting out.
Thank you,
Thank
Senator.
you.
Okay, so 9:47.
oh, sorry. Let me move my
Thank
chair
you.
over.
Can I
I
have
have to
mine?
stand up.
Well, I guess I picked the wrong time to go to the bathroom.
Yeah. No, and he was speaking in Chamorro, and there were
Right.
parts I just didn't understand. He was
Yeah.
speaking so fast,
Oh.
and there was audio problems. So I think just for the benefit of some of the viewers
Correct.
and listeners that don't understand Chamorro, and they want to hear from him.
Right.
So I wasn't offended. I just wanted to know what he was saying.
Correct. Yeah, and I think when
I understand some of it, but
Right.
not all of it.
Well, and I think when you include him in, he was trying to do it in Chamorro in English. But, yeah, that's interesting. We had a comment here. KUAM failed by not bringing in a Chamorro English translator. Chamorro is one of the official languages of Guam. That is a fact. As in every public facility, we have the right to speak the official language of Guam, of course. And we just had people on our Facebook feed who were asking for an English. And as always, you guys ask us a question about PUA or FPUG, we're going to ask it. And so we see something there in the comments from our listeners who really own this whole show. Then, of course, we're going to have to ask. 9:48, it is KUAM News' Decision 2020. Our candidate interviews continue right now. He's a newcomer, Republican side of the ballot. Don, I hope is it Ed Kulani?
Yes. Are you hearing me?
Yes.
I'm hearing you. I'm also seeing you.
Can't see you.
You're not missing much.
You're not bad looking.
Oh, thanks. Well, we're starting off with flattery. Okay. Don, I guess
All softballs.
Don, if you could let's start. I don't know who you are. Don't get offended. I think a lot of people don't. So if you want to introduce yourself to the audience, maybe tell us a little bit about yourself and why you're running for senator.
Okay, so my name is Don Antonio Ada Kulani, and I've thought about running for senator for many, many years. I thought about how I could help our island, how I could be part of solutions to assist, whether it be the homeless, whether it be helping our elders, everything that matters to Guam, matters to our people, from our background, families, our everyday life. As we get older, we find that we're no longer the younger generation that's looking to our elders for direction and what we should do next. We start looking around and we find that we're middle-aged. It's our turn to participate in some form, to be an example, and to help our people and to help our families. So, is there any specific question that you want to ask me?
There's a bunch. I guess so. We have a lot of new people running for the legislature, and I think right off the bat, when we see somebody new and we don't know much about them, we wonder about the experience and the qualifications. Just so, I guess, to that, Mr. Ed Kulani, could you just speak to your experience and qualifications for the office of senator?
I'm an average guy. I've had all sorts of jobs: food service, retail, cashiering. I've worked with family businesses. I was, assisting with odd jobs. I don't know if it makes a difference, but I've lived stateside early in my life. Returned when I became a teenager. So I have some diverse experience with different all sorts of people with different backgrounds. Personally, I've seen some of the failures or shortcomings of things that need to be addressed on our island. More recently, with this pandemic, the homeless situation. That's even before the pandemic. Then, things that we come across through the years, I mean, the rhino beetle, all these invasive species, these giant hornet, balancing the budget, why we have so much debt when we have we had a pretty good tourist economy, and we were supposed to have a military buildup, which was supposed to stimulate the economy. So there's a lot of things that I just, you have to scratch your head and think, what's going on? We were supposed to be set right now. We should have had a pretty, if not booming, a pretty stimulated economy. And a lot of these unanswered or unsolved problems, they're not getting solved. And people need to reach out to their elected leaders, the politicians, and feel that there's a dialogue and there's communication lines that their leaders are hearing them. They have a voice. And I don't know if it's because of this pandemic or if it's the leadership itself, but you get a sense that there's not enough interaction between the leaders and the elected leaders. I don't want to point any fingers, but it just feels that there needs to be more of a connection.
Why don't you point fingers, Don? I just put it all out there, man. Call them out?
No, I'll point a finger at me. Let me be the next guy to be of assistance and communicate with people, find a way to reach out and address issues that people are really concerned about. Both whether it be traditionally Republican issues or Democrat issues. I find myself interested in environmental stuff. You can call me one of those environmental crazy people, but I want to live in a safe and healthy environment. I want clean drinking water. I don't want to consume anything that is going to make me sick or my family or our neighbors, our island. I don't want our people. We don't want to have to worry about consuming stuff that's in our environment that's going to make us sick. That's why they have these super fun projects in the past. And I think there needs to be a continuation of reasonable regulation, but at the same time we need to have a pretty diverse, stimulated economy. So there has to be a compromise somewhere. It can't be you can't have this or that. Now I think that the latest one is paper bags. They're regulating paper bags. I'm not sure I understand that. Maybe they can find a way to reduce. I don't know whatever happened to reduce, reuse, and recycle. I'm not hearing a lot of that lately. So I think the generations that are in their 40s now, they're becoming middle-aged. They need to find a way to participate in our island for the sake of themselves, their families, and of our fellow Guam residents, fellow Americans. We need to all try to find a way to participate as much as possible, whether it be voting or helping the candidate you like to campaign. It's important to participate. It's your government. All the people for the people.
Yeah, Don, you're kind of all over the place. Don, let's just start with the environment. What do you plan on doing to address the illegal dumping problem on our island, and what is not being done to address the problem?
I like some of the things that Sabina Perez has brought up. I met her before she was a senator. I like that she's been an activist and interested in that. I've heard, others criticize her and compromise as far as environmental issues. I've heard issues brought up like fuel-wise. I think it's already been implemented, or maybe through the other, just the private sector, or sorry, through the free market, maybe we're using fuel that's lower in sulfur. If the free market, if it's part of the free market, fine. But to go and, if it's like the only source of fuel that we can use, that we can afford, then what else do we have? But at the same time, I'm new to all this. So
right.
So I think that I'd have to look at all the data and find a compromise.
Right. Don, you said something back that you're not an environmental crazy person. What do you think an environmental? Is that exactly what you said?
Actually, the funny part is I can't keep quiet because I find myself becoming more and more, And I'm
So what is an environmental crazy person?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't call myself a tree hugger, but I'd say we need to protect our coconut trees from the rhino beetles.
Right.
It's free food. I think that's pretty logical to me. I don't know why we're not, investing more in that and maybe find ways to employ people to protect them, replant them. That's just one idea.
Right.
I mean,
Don't ever hug the lemon tree, Don. That's some free advice.
What about
I'm sorry?
any ideas you have for diversifying the island's economy?
Oh man, that's something that I would keep asking people, our leaders, can we have town halls? Can we have public forums to find ways to create stimulus? Because I was really frustrated when we had that cap because Trump, our President Trump, he didn't allow for the visa waivers for the construction projects, and I was just bewildered by that. Because if it becomes obvious we're not going to have local residents fill those jobs, why wouldn't they allow us to have these visa workers coming from Asia, the Philippines, wherever, Taiwan, and look what happened because of that. We didn't have that stage of economic stimulus. So I felt, man, we have to find ways to keep adding diverse new sources of revenue to our economy, to stimulate our economy. I go along with, I think Senator Moynihan has been saying this. Some of the other candidates have been saying it. Town halls, definitely town halls, roundtables, input from the Chamber of Commerce, all the different chambers of commerce. GITA, what are these guys getting paid for? Aren't they supposed to look into diversifying our economy?
Nice.
GVB. So, roundtables include everyone, inclusive.
Right. Hey, that sounds great. We need more roundtables, more public hearings, right? So, Don, it kind of sounds like you had a eureka moment where you decided, man, I got so many great ideas to offer the people of Guam. I'm going to go run for senator. Was there anything in looking at this legislature that we have now that really just made you say, yeah, you know what, enough. I'm going to go put my hat out there. I don't care if no one's ever heard of me. What was that moment?
I'm sorry, I apologize. There are so many good leaders in past legislatures, and I would ask them questions, I would bring up the ideas, thoughts, and I try to participate to that extent. And then, some of our good leaders like BJ Cruz, he left the legislature, right? And he went to, I guess, he's still public servant and public auditor. But, he was really, you could tell that he was a very strong influence in the legislature. And a bunch of other senators, Rodriguez, he was a good guy. Some of the guys were criticized a little bit, but I still thought they're helpful to our island. Spadan, of course, the Casper Bowers, they're kind of getting up there in age, but they still participate.
Are you talking about this legislature? Or?
No, I'm talking about the past legislatures.
Okay, I got you. So these are just like the leaders you kind of like look up to or whatever?
Yeah, I'd interact with them. Really nice people.
Nice.
And they're not in the legislature, so I figure someone needs to step up. Someone needs to.
So you're saying that your political leanings are towards the Espaldon, the Casper Bowers, and you looked at this legislature and you said, hey, there's no Espaldoni, Casper Bowery type of senators, let me go run. That's basically what you're saying. So you want a return to that old school style of Republican senatorial ship.
I'm not sure if it's because of the pandemic, but we're not hearing. I think we're not hearing enough of the things that resonate with the people, things that people want to hear about, their issues. A lot of it right now, of course, is creation of jobs, stimulating of our economy through new jobs, or letting people continue their small businesses. SBA. I don't know why I haven't heard enough people say, "Hey, let's have hear more from SBA about keeping our small businesses alive." So many small businesses have closed down. I'm not sure that any of them. I mean, some of them are going to return. Some of them have multiple locations, like Shirley's, I think. But like they closed down some of their locations. It's really sad because they're like landmarks. People are used to going to these places, and they provide good service to the local economy and to the residents. So we need to get these people, encourage the people who are still willing to get out there and live the American dream. Start a small business. Carmen's, right? I don't know if they're ever going to be back. So I don't know how many of the shops closed down at the micro.
How about Shakey's?
I'm sorry?
Shakey's.
Yeah. Shakey's? I'm not sure how long it's been since Shakey's has been open. But the Gang Shopping Center, all these businesses that are closing down in the shopping centers, it's just, we need to find ways to help each other.
Right on. Don, we got a minute. I know you got a strong close in there, so let's go ahead and close it out for the voters who are listening. Why should these people vote for Don Edkulani, Republican candidate for senator?
Okay, so first of all, my name is Don Antonio Ada Edkulani, number 11 on the Republican ballot. I'm campaigning to be your senator in the 36th Guam legislature. I'm committed to being your senator, and I humbly ask for your vote. I intend to reach out and communicate with our people and find new ways, effective ways to address all these issues that I brought up, and find a way to have these voices heard. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Don.
Thank you.
What number are you on the ballot?
Number 11 on the Republican side of the ballot.
Okay, Don. Good luck.
Thanks, Don.
Thank you very much.
All right. Wash
Chris
your hands and your
Good luck.
thumbs. Okay. See you. Anyway, what were you saying it was a little while ago about the quality of candidates on the ballot this election? Anyway.
Rewind the... Go back and watch that.
But you know what's
I think it was
interesting?
on Monday, I
you know
think,
what's
or Tuesday.
interesting to me, Bree, is we get people who hate on a guy. I thought it was cute. It was cute. He, but they'll hate on a guy.
Man, we don't have time for cute.
I know.
We've
I know.
got a lot of problems.
Yes,
a lot
I
of issues
agree.
ahead of us, and
Right?
we need people in there that are going to do the work.
It sounds like he
And
knows
hold people
what the
accountable.
problems are. But I'm just saying that we get a guy like this who's just bumbling through an interview, struggling. Obviously, he kind of knows what's going on a little bit, and then you get like a candidate who's so slick, who puts out just a ton of signs, but really just says nothing absolutely at all. And I just think that comparison's really interesting.
Right, and this is just his very first interview,
course.
with at least with us, and so
Right.
all the senatorial candidates, they all get a pass. They're all going on to the general election.
Lucky.
Right, and so after the primary, we're going to be doing another set of interviews, and this is just warning right now.
Yeah.
Be prepared.
Yeah. Be prepared because we're.
Let us know what your platforms are.
Mhm.
If you don't have one, you might want to think about it and
Yeah.
put it to paper.
Be
and
prepared.
just be ready
Be
because the
prepared.
people of Guam deserve better.
That's
all
right. Amen. And I feel like we're the vetters.
The vetters.
Nah, man, be prepared because for the general, when you guys come on the second time, first time's a breeze. Yeah, go ahead. What's your name? Who's your mom?
Yeah.
blah, blah, blah.
People
General.
want to hear solutions.
High stakes. So, yeah, this is kind of a freaky election in that all these guys are getting in through the general. You know what I mean? I don't know. I feel like it's almost more high stakes because they're all getting a pass. And usually in the primary, you weed out the real clowns. And I feel like half of this ballot is clowns. And they're all moving on to the general. Oh, my God.
The one to watch, though, is the congressional race.
Yes, that is for real. That was hot yesterday. It is just, it's fire, you know, and people were talking about Congressman Underwood's age. Lana, he looks like he got more energy than our young buck congressman right now. There was a little, that was awesome yesterday. I went on a hike. I wasn't able to watch the press release of Congressman St. Nicholas till afterwards, but definitely, you know, and I just got to say before we close, if you are a sitting elected official and you have a record, and if that record is, you know, the second worst voting record in the House, if that record is that there's an entire subcommittee conducting an active ethics investigation into you, if that record is that you had to return a $10,000 over the limit donation, then that's totally valid to bring up. That's not negative campaigning. That is actually campaigning on the record. And I just thought it was interesting how Congressman St. Nicholas characterizes this Underwood campaign as negative. And I don't really think it is. I think these are issues that's on the record. Everyone's talking about it. And so that's
you know, for me, I'm just glad that, you know, we had the opportunity to hear from Congressman St. Nicholas, whether you agree or you don't agree. At least, you know, at least for me, I got to hear what he had to say. And I'm going to decipher everything that he said and make a decision. Who I am looking forward to hearing from is Senator Will Castro and his ideas.
Right.
I mean, I think I've heard a lot from and seen all the press releases and everything else from Congressman Robert Underwood, and I'm sure he's got a lot more to say as we get closer to the primary.
Right. Yeah, and so what I want to know is, are we cool now with Congressman St. Nicholas?
I don't know. I don't know.
Are we cool? Because it's election, you need us. So you finally gave us the interview that we've been asking for 2 years. So if we're cool, I want to organize something here.
Yeah.
Because Congressman St. Nicholas had said he would attend a virtual debate. And so I'm going to put it in writing, and we'll reach out to Congressman Underwood and Congressman St. Nicholas, like I always do. He hasn't returned an email in a year. But I'm going to try. Now that he's come on KUAM. We even streamed your live press conference. You're welcome. And all in an effort to really get all the information, whether it's from Underwood or St. Nicholas or Republicans, Democrats, just trying to get all the information out to you guys so you can make the best decision at the polls. It's 10:10, Bree, overtime. Right on. Good job today.
Good job. I don't know about that Pito interview. I don't know.
No.
It is what it is.
It is what it is. And yeah, you know, and I get it. We're obviously, I think it's cool that we have senators who are going to speak in Chamorro.
Yeah,
you know,
I
Guam.
do too.
Totally, yeah.
I do too. But, you know, again, there are people that don't understand.
Yeah.
And, you know, I understood some of it. I didn't understand all of it. I mean, we were dealing with technical issues at the same time, and he was speaking really fast.
Yeah.
And
Bree, you don't gotta explain. All you gotta say is that people in our feed were asking for a translation, and so that's really what it's about. You know, no one's trying to say don't speak Chamorro. We're just saying, hey, can you translate for those? Because you know, our translation might not be
exactly what he said. You know, I heard narcotics division, heroin, 1970s. I was like, oh, okay.
So that's what that was about. It's 10:11. Again, Polka, Calvo Enterprises, and IT&E proud to present this episode of The Link on The Breeze 93.9. Sabrina, good job.
Good job, Christopher.
Jason, Joe, sir, and most especially our listeners, our viewers, our questioners, our comments. Thanks so much for the support. Again, my name is Chris. Until tomorrow, adios.
GU Self-Storage.